sense of déjà vu is eerie as I'm led down a narrow hallway by a uniformed officer to a small room in the back of the police station. "Have a seat." Officer Trent points at a hard, straight-back chair, and I sit down across from the one-way mirror. There's nothing welcoming or relaxing about this room, and I know they're watching me. Even though I came to them, they're gauging my reaction to the situation, looking for signs of anxiety and fear and guilt. I'm sure they see all of those. Not only am I terrified, but I feel guilty for not stopping a murder, for being so naive. On an episode of NCIS, watching the scripted interrogation is a fascinating game of chess between a suspect and an experienced investigator. For those characters, the outcome is already decided. The guilty suspect will pay after a few tense rounds of dialogue and a handful of red herrings thrown in to thicken the plot. It's entertaining and impersonal. But I've been here before, and that's what terrifies me. The door to the interrogation room opens, and two plainclothes officers step inside and sit down across from me. There are no friendly smiles this time, no offers to make me feel more comfortable. The man is in his mid-50s, with graying temples and black-framed glasses too big for his face. His partner is 20 years younger and wearing a navy blue tailored suit. Her blonde hair is tied back in a neat ponytail, and her makeup is subtle. The thought crosses my mind that we might have been friends in another life. But she's frowning as she opens a file while avoiding my gaze. "We need to establish why you're here, Riley Bishop," she begins. I stare at the table, realizing that anything I say will mean I'm digging myself into a deeper hole. Instead of feeling like I'm doing them a favor by reporting a dead body, her expression verifies my fear that I'm here as a suspect. A suspect sitting in front of them with blood on my pants. The law might say innocent until proven guilty, but right now, I have no doubt they're convinced I'm guilty. 1. The moment Deputy U.S. Marshal Tucker Shaw took a step backward, he knew he was in trouble. His attacker ran at him, then slammed into him full force. Unable to regain his balance, Tucker hit the ground. This was a new one. He'd just been taken down by a 6-year-old. Tucker looked up at the boy hovering over him. "Wow, Oliver. I have to say, I wasn't expecting that." "There's a hole in the ground." "Yeah, I think I just found it." "Does that count as a tackle?" Tucker sat up and handed the boy the football. "I think we can call it that." Oliver grinned at him, clearly proud of his accomplishment. "I've been watching the older boys at school. I heard them say you have to take them by surprise." Tucker chuckled. "Well, I'd say you did exactly that." And honestly, he couldn't imagine anything he'd rather be doing on his first official day off in weeks than playing backyard football with a 6-year-old and getting taken down. Oliver tossed the ball in the air, caught it, then sat next to Tucker. "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course." "Are you gonna marry my mom?" Tucker leaned back, bracing his hands against the grass, enjoying the late morning sunshine. The question took him off guard, and almost convinced him that Oliver had the ability to read his mind. Over the last few weeks, he'd gone from avoidance of the subject to thinking seriously about proposing to Riley. "What would you think about that?" Tucker asked, sidestepping the boy's question, at least for the moment. Oliver set the ball down between them. "I think my mom would like that. She likes you." "I like her too," he admitted. "But what about you? What do you think?" Oliver shrugged. "I think it would be nice to have a dad again. There's a lot of things we could do together. Throw footballs, figure out my homework, and, I don't know, convince Mom to get us a dog?" Tucker smiled at the ploy. A dog?" "She said she's thinking about it, but sometimes she thinks way too long." "A dog would be nice, and I do like hanging out with you, though maybe no more surprise tackles." Oliver giggled. "You're pretty funny for an old guy." Tucker wasn't exactly sure how to take the compliment, or even if it was a compliment. He'd always loved spending time with his niece and nephew, but until recently, he'd never imagined taking on a ready-made family. It felt like a lot to juggle with an already established career with the U.S. Marshals. He wasn't naive enough to believe the balance would always be easy, and he knew the transition would come with its own set of challenges. But after everything that had happened between him and Riley, he realized she was a presence in his life he wanted to hold on to. Oliver leaned toward Tucker and lowered his voice. I don't know what Sadie thinks, but just remember, girls can be difficult. Really? Tucker stifled the urge to laugh. Who told you that? Bradley. He's in my class. He has 3 sisters, so he knows about girls. He told me they're impossible. Personally, I think your sister's pretty cool. She likes bugs, for instance. Tucker looked over at where 13-year-old Sadie was cleaning out one of the butterfly cages for her science project, just out of earshot from where he and Oliver were still sitting in the grass. I guess her butterfly collection is pretty cool. Do you have a sister? I do. We didn't always get along as kids, but we're pretty good friends now. Sadie's not bad. Oliver wrinkled his nose. Most of the time, anyway. Tucker had found Sadie harder to connect with than her brother, but the girl had gone through a lot. It was no wonder she had trouble trusting people. And, like her mother, she had reasons to guard her heart. A year ago, Riley's husband, Lucas, had been murdered in an explosion not long after being caught embezzling millions through his job. More recently, Riley had not only almost lost her daughter, but she'd been shot during an encounter with one of Lucas's accomplices. Maybe he shouldn't be surprised. $25 million of missing embezzled money was a big motivation. And while the authorities had arrested 2 of Lucas's collaborators, they still hadn't found the money, which made him fear the possibility that Riley's life was still in danger. I think you forgot the burgers, Mr. Tucker. The burgers. Tucker jumped up and ran for the grill, where he'd been watching the meat right before the tackle. A minute later, he headed through the back door of the house, carrying a platter of well-done burgers. Thank you so much for volunteering to cook the meat. Riley smiled up at him as he walked into the kitchen. Of course. He set them down on the counter next to where she was slicing tomatoes and smiled back at her, though they might be a bit overdone. No worries, she said. I saw that last tackle. Ouch. Oliver's never going to let me live that one down. He glanced at the spread of potato salad, baked beans, corn on the cob, and chips. Expecting an army for lunch? It's just us, she laughed. I'm not complaining. It looks perfect to me. You look perfect to me. He'd walked unexpectedly into Riley's life when he was officially called in to look at a missing person case. Her daughter, Sadie. He'd been involved in Operation Retrieval, a joint effort between the U.S. Marshals Service and local law enforcement to bring home some of the most at-risk children in Austin and the surrounding counties, and they'd suspected a possible connection. He'd never planned to fall for Sadie's mother. In fact, according to his partner, he never should have fallen for her. Now, he couldn't imagine life without her. The kids were excited when they found out you were coming over, she said, interrupting his thoughts. More than likely their excitement was from my offer to bring ice cream with all the toppings, Tucker said, grabbing a pair of tongs for the meat out of a drawer. I don't know. Don't sell yourself short. He took a step toward her. Were the kids the only ones excited I was coming over? Her cheeks blushed as she looked up at him. Your company is, I don't know, tolerable, I guess. Tucker took in the smile reflected in her eyes and felt his heart melt just a little bit more. And it had nothing to do with the extra warm early spring day. Yeah, he had it bad. Well, that's a relief, he said. Because if you ask me, we make a good pair. A pair of magnets for trouble. Riley let out a soft laugh. You know, I like having you here too. I hope so. He took another step toward her until they were only a few inches apart. I was wondering if you were up to doing something with me later. I honestly love being with your kids, but I was thinking this time just the two of us. Not if it's as eventful as our first and last date, she said. Tucker tried to gauge her reaction. She had a point. Their last date had not been what either of them had expected. A nice evening at an art gala had spiraled into a terrifying encounter with a woman not only convinced Riley had the missing embezzled money, but who was determined to get it from her. And yet, despite everything they'd gone through, it had only managed to pull them closer. "How's your mom?" Riley asked. You're changing the subject. Yes, I am. But I genuinely like her, and I'm concerned about her. I know. His smile faded. And yes, she likes you as well. Over 2 decades of wondering what had happened to his missing brother had recently come to an end with the discovery of Wyatt's body. The revelation had brought a sense of closure, but also reopened a mountain of pain. We're talking as a family while giving each other space to grieve, Tucker said. I'm going to see them after church Sunday. My sister and her family will be there. I'd love to bring you and the kids. Tucker caught the hesitation in her eyes as he spoke, and realized he needed to rein in his feelings. Here he was thinking about asking her to marry him, and she was hesitant to meet the rest of his family. I don't know, Mr. Tucker? Oliver yelled from outside. Riley cleared her throat. Sounds like duty calls. He took her hand and rubbed his thumb down the back of it. There was no reason to rush their relationship. He needed to give her time. All of them time. Maybe we can finish this conversation later, he said. Mr. Tucker? Oliver flew into the kitchen and let the door slam behind him. Sadie needs help moving one of her butterfly cages. Riley raised her brow at Oliver. Please? Sorry. Please? Of course, he said. Come back in when you're done, Riley said, and we can eat. Tucker followed Oliver outside and across the patio to where Sadie was cleaning out her butterfly cage. Hey, Oliver said you needed some help. Oliver, I need you to do me a big favor, Sadie said. Will you run upstairs and grab my butterfly logbook? Oliver frowned, clearly not interested in helping his older sister. You can have the ring pop Macy gave me. It's on my desk. Her brother shrugged. Okay. Tucker stood with his hands in his pockets as Oliver ran back into the house. He's so easy to bribe, Sadie said, turning to Tucker. I really wanted to talk to you about something without my mom and Oliver around. Tucker sat down on the edge of the picnic table next to them, now curious. Of course, anything. My mom's birthday's coming up. I thought you might need to know things like what her favorite flower is, her favorite restaurant, favorite color, and stuff like that. Tucker raised his eyebrows. He was grateful for the intel, but also surprised she was so willing to give it to him. I'd love some ideas. I thought about taking her out for dinner and bringing her flowers, but I don't know what her favorite flower is. Funny how they'd gone through so much together that he felt like he'd known Riley forever, but there was still a lot he didn't know. She really loves red roses. She doesn't like fancy dinners or anything that costs a lot of money. She likes something more casual, but definitely not fast food. Okay, sounds great. Anything else? She loves sapphires, the color blue, and antiques. Tucker caught the intensity in Sadie's eyes as she fidgeted with her necklace. Somehow I have a feeling that's not what you really wanted to talk to me about, Tucker said, taking a chance. Sadie looked away, as if she'd been caught. You can ask me anything, he said. Okay. She sat down next to him on the picnic table. My mom's been hurt a lot. I know I'm only 13, but I need to make sure you're serious about her. You want to know my intentions, Tucker said. Yeah, I do. I'll be honest. I never expected to have feelings for your mother. I take my job very seriously, and mixing my work with something personal isn't something that's encouraged. There's a fear that... Tucker paused, searching for the right words. That personal feelings might get in the way of my job. So you're here because of your job? Because we've been through a lot? No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I'm here because I'm falling in love with your mother. Tucker paused at the confession. And because you and Oliver have become pretty special to me as well. Sadie didn't say anything, so Tucker kept talking. I wouldn't want to hurt any of you. I really mean that. I can't promise that things will work out in the end between your mother and me. That's partially up to her. But I genuinely want to get to know all of you better. And the only way to do that is by spending time together and seeing if we can make this work long term. Tucker tried to read her expression, wanting to be honest, and also hoping he was making sense. There are a lot of things that happen with my father, Sadie continued. I miss him every day. But I also know he did a lot of bad things. I don't think he was a bad man. I think he just somehow got lost along the way. You're pretty wise for your age. Sadie shrugged. Sometimes you have to grow up fast. Tucker nodded. Unfortunately, you're right. Sometimes you do. And sometimes you have to be reminded that it's okay to give yourself time to grieve before you move on. Even when you're 13. She held his gaze for a long moment, then jumped off the table and turned back to the butterfly cages. Do you think you could help me move these to the side yard? I told Mom I'd clean the patio after lunch. Tucker looked toward the house and let out a sigh of relief as he started helping Sadie. Maybe he'd passed the test after all. Maybe this whole ready-made family thing was going to happen. 2. A dozen simultaneous thoughts flood my mind as I glance out the kitchen window and watch Tucker talking to Sadie. If I'm honest with myself, I have no idea how to navigate dating with kids. I've always tried to be open with them, but my feelings for Tucker are wrapped up tightly in a corner of my heart, and I'm still trying to figure them out for myself. There's been so much change in our lives over the past year. Losing Lucas, the scare of almost losing Sadie, Kai kidnapping and then shooting me. Sometimes it still feels like a very bad dream, except I know it's not. Navigating the fear and trauma while knowing my kids aren't going to emerge completely unscathed is the hardest part. I want so much to be like Tucker's mom, a woman who lost a son and yet came out stronger on the other side. Finding redemption in the middle of pain sometimes seems impossible. But when it comes to Tucker, I realize that my list of fears are simply excuses. And if I let myself pause long enough to listen to my heart, I know that a relationship with him is worth pursuing. My phone rings, and I realize I'm smiling as I answer it. Yes, Tucker Shaw is definitely worth risking my heart for. I hear a click on the line, and then nothing. Hello? Riles, it's me. My heart stops. Only one person has ever called me Riles. Riles? I recognize the voice, but it can't be Lucas. Lucas is dead. A knot cinches in my stomach. No, this has to be some kind of joke, some kind of sick misuse of technology. Who is this? You don't have to say anything, he continues. I know this is confusing, and I know it's going to be hard to believe this, but I'm alive, Riles. I'm alive, and I need your help. I'm physically unable to respond. It's as if my heart has stopped beating. I drop down onto one of the kitchen chairs, trying to steady my trembling body. Lucas is dead, is all I can hear going through my head. And yet... Riles, I know all of this is hard to believe, and I know you've gone through hell the last few months, but I can prove I'm innocent. I don't understand how, but it's his voice. Lucas's voice. I'm not the person they've made me out to be, he rushes on. I told you the last time I saw you that I was being framed. There are so many things you don't know, so many things I couldn't tell you, but everything I've done has been to protect you. I can't do this. Riles, listen to me. There are people after me, people who want to hurt me, people I've been trying to stop. I need to see you, but I also need you to do something for me. I know about the U.S. Marshal you've been seeing. You can't tell him what's going on. There's a very small group of people who know the truth, and for the security and safety of all of us, we need to keep it that way. I glance outside the window again, where Tucker is helping Sadie move the butterfly cages. I don't understand. There's someone inside law enforcement who's feeding government intel to some very bad people. Who? I ask, not liking the implications of what he's saying. I don't know yet, which is why, as a precaution, you can't trust him or tell anyone you've spoken to me. Not until I can confirm who's behind this. And I'm supposed to trust you? My tone is harsher than I intend, but how does he expect me to react to this? You have every right to be angry with me. But yes, Riles, I need you to trust me. Where are you? I ask, knowing suddenly that I have to see him, if nothing else, to prove I'm not losing it. Here in Austin. Lucas pauses. I know the deputy marshal's at your house right now. I hear Oliver crashing down the stairs, then watch him dart past me with Sadie's butterfly logbook in his hands. Smells good, Mom. I wait till the back door slams shut before I respond. You're watching me? Protecting you. You can't trust him, because they don't trust you, Riley. I try to stuff down the panic. Who is they? The U.S. Marshals, the feds, all of them. That's why they put him close to you. But you can't trust him. You can't trust anyone. I hear clearly what he's implying, but it's not possible. You're wrong, Lucas. Am I? There's so much you don't know, Riles. So much I've tried to protect you from. Then tell me more, Lucas. Is this about the embezzled money? That's a big part of it. I don't have the money, Riles. You have to believe that. But there are players who will do anything to get their hands on it. What you know is just the tip of the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg. I've heard that before. From Lucas's best friend Darren when I started pressing him for answers. He told me to stop asking questions. But I don't have to ask questions or be reminded that $25 million is a lot of motivation. I've witnessed that reality firsthand. Sadie was kidnapped over the money. I was drugged and shot. Our lives have been completely turned upside down over the last year, all by people wanting to get their hands on the missing money. Missing money I was certain Lucas stole from his company's investment fund. But what if he never took that money? And why fake his death? I'm still trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together when Lucas tells me where to meet him. And then, before I know it, he's hung up. I'm numb as I stand there, frozen, because it's impossible that I was just talking to Lucas. Lucas is dead. He died in an explosion. I saw his body, attended his funeral. Am I really supposed to believe him? I look outside again. Oliver is laughing about something, probably telling one of his jokes. They're never particularly funny, but the joy he gets out of telling them is contagious. How am I supposed to tell my kids that their father is alive after everything they've gone through? I can't. I won't, because it's not possible he's alive. If Lucas hadn't died in the explosion, the feds would have arrested him for a long list of felonies he was involved in. They had evidence that tied him to wire fraud, money laundering, and several other types of fraud. In the end, that $25 million vanished. And somehow I'm supposed to believe he's innocent? No. Lucas isn't going to do this to us. Not again. And yet, if somehow he is alive, I know I have to see him, if only to ask him why he did what he did to his family. Why he betrayed me and left his children fatherless. I need an explanation, because as much as I don't want to admit it, there is a part of me that never stopped loving Lucas. At one time, our life together was good. He was the father of my children and my first true love. Seeing all that disappear hasn't been easy. Dealing with what I'd imagined our life together would be, compared with the reality, isn't easy either. I've lost so much, and yet I've also worked hard to make a new life. One that, until a few minutes ago, I thought included Tucker. I glance at the burgers, not sure what to do. If I'm going to meet Lucas, I'm going to have to leave now. The kitchen door squeaks open, and I look up as Tucker steps into the house, followed by Sadie and Oliver. Hey, are you ready to eat? Apparently, you've got a couple hungry kids here. I don't know how to answer. A part of me wants to scream. The other part still feels frozen. I feel as if I've been punched in the gut. I have no idea how to tell him what just happened. And my kids. Oliver grabs a chip and shoves it into his mouth while Sadie tells him to wait. Opening up my heart again has been a hard, slow process. But I've finally allowed myself to imagine what it might be like to be a family with Tucker. The kids clearly love him. Kids, I need you to run upstairs and wash your hands. Oliver starts to say something, but he must have caught my "this is not the time to argue" look and takes off after his sister. They run upstairs with no clue that their worlds are about to implode again. What's going on? Tucker asks once they're up the stairs and out of earshot. You look as if you've seen a ghost. Because I have. I'm really sorry, but I have to go and take care of something, I say, working out a plan in my mind. Okay. He's clearly confused, and I can't exactly blame him. Right now? Yes, right now. Do you need me to stay with the kids? No. I answer sharper than I mean to. I'm sorry. I know this is abrupt, but there's something I need to take care of. I'll take the kids with me. That's fine, he says, stepping in front of me. But talk to me. If something's wrong... Everything's fine. You can grab a plate and take some food home with you. I back away from him. I'll call you, and we'll do this again. I promise. But it isn't okay, and we both know it. I know I should tell Tucker the truth, but instead I avoid his confused gaze as I make him a plate, then shove the rest of the food into the fridge, all while moving on autopilot. Once I'm done, I lock the back door, grab my crossbody handbag, keys, and phone, and herd the kids outside to the car. They're clearly unhappy about leaving without an explanation, and nothing more than a vague promise that we'll pick up something to eat, but I don't have a choice. Or do I? I press my car keys against the palm of my hand. I have to stay strong for Sadie and Oliver. That's all that matters right now. I slide into the driver's seat and start the engine, while Tucker gets into his car. The kids are whining about leaving, but I shut down their complaints with a sharp word and a glare. This is no game. I might not know what's going on, but I've seen how the other side plays, and I will not let them hurt my children anymore. Which is why I already have a plan in place. I pull out of my driveway and head through the neighborhood. My first priority is to lose any tail. Crazy enough, it's not the first time I've had to do this. My second priority is to get my kids somewhere safe. The last time something like this happened, my best friend Melody took them for me. I know she'd do the same thing now if I asked her, but I need them to be where no one would ever think about looking for them. "Are you mad at Tucker?" Oliver asks, interrupting my thoughts. "No, babe, it's nothing like that. Nothing you need to worry about. Just something unexpected I need to take care of. I'm going to drop you off at Grandpa Max's." Maxwell Everett. A man who, under normal circumstances, I never would have met. A man who risked his life to try and save my family, and someone I owe a great debt to. Now I'm going to ask him to do one more thing. 1,000 thoughts rumble through my mind as I try to keep my speed under the limit. The last thing I need is to draw attention to myself. I'm also still trying to convince myself that I'm doing the right thing, but I'm terrified I'm not. What surprises me most is the guilt. Guilt that hasn't left me since the last time I saw Lucas. The day I betrayed him by turning over the information I had to the feds. Maybe that was why I had just left without telling Tucker anything. I heard the panic in Lucas's voice then, and I heard it today. What if he was set up, as he claimed? What if I'm the one who set everything in motion by going to the feds? What if he was innocent, and him having to disappear was my fault? These are the questions that convince me that I owe it to Lucas to at least hear his side of the story. The last time I saw him was a year ago, on the day he died. Or at least the day I thought he died. The day he told me he'd been set up for embezzling money, along with a long list of other charges. I don't have time to explain everything, but I need you to trust me. Someone's trying to frame me, and now the feds are after me. For what? Fraud, money laundering. All you need to know is it's not true. Whatever you hear, I need you to believe me. All I've ever wanted is to keep you and the kids safe. That's why I've been so distracted the past few months. I wonder if he knows I turned him in to the feds. I wonder if I'm wrong. About him. About us. As far as I know, the feds kept their part of the deal, and Lucas never found out what I did, so he's not coming after me out of revenge. But why wait this long to let me know he's alive? I run a yellow light, then check behind me for a tail. There was something in Lucas's voice when he told me to trust him that I can't shake. Maybe it's just the reaction of my own guilt for not believing him the last time I saw him. Maybe I am crazy to agree to meet him on my own. I have no experience investigating something like this. But what I do have is motivation. Motivation to keep my children safe at any cost. Motivation to find out the truth. Because I've already seen that one false step could mean losing everything. 3. An hour later, I park where Lucas told me, on a fairly busy Austin side street, then shut off the engine. I reach for the door handle, but my hands are shaking. I'm not sure how to do this. A part of me still thinks none of this is real. And yet I heard Lucas's voice. I also saw him die. I grab the steering wheel, trying to steady my hands, praying that I'm not doing something extremely foolish by not telling Tucker what's going on. No one knows where I am, so if this is some kind of setup... I force my breathing to slow down. Slow, deep breaths. I need to get my anxiety under control. Need to make sure I don't have a full-on panic attack. This is definitely not the time. I finally get out of the car and shut the door. Despite everything that's happened between the two of us, I can't believe he would ever hurt me physically. On the sidewalk, people are walking briskly, most with earbuds and coffee. Women are pushing strollers. Couples are holding hands. They're all on their way to somewhere, and none of them have any idea that my heart feels like it's about to explode, or that I'm about to see my dead husband. I start down the sidewalk, still not knowing where I'm going or where he is, and I hate the feeling of vulnerability. My phone rings. I stop in front of a small tattoo shop and answer, knowing who it is before I even hear his voice. "The bus stop is ahead of you. I need you to get on the next bus." I don't have a pass. A figure walks toward me, 20-something, wearing a hoodie, earphones, and a backpack. He shoves a card into my hand before walking away. "Hurry, Riles," Lucas says, still on the line. "You've got 30 seconds till the bus arrives." I press the card against my palm and rush toward the bus stop. I've only taken the city's public transportation once. It was years ago, and I don't even remember why or where I was going. The bus is on time, and I board behind a couple of women, questioning, not for the first time, my decision to do what Lucas is telling me. Grateful we're in a public place. Not surprisingly, the card works when I swipe it. To the middle-aged bus driver, I'm just another passenger heading somewhere. I take in the bus that's barely a quarter full. Most of the people are in front, including a woman with a stroller. I skirt around the mother and baby, then freeze when I see Lucas sitting in the back of the bus. I'm completely unable to process what my mind is now screaming. Lucas is alive, and everything I believed this past year about him being dead is a lie. The bus starts moving again, and I grab one of the metal poles to catch my balance. "Hey, lady." I grip my bag, then turn around and apologize for blocking some teen's way before continuing to the back row of the bus where Lucas is sitting. I hadn't expected him to have aged so much over the past year. It's as if it is Lucas, but it isn't. He'd always been very clean-cut, keeping his hair short and spending more money on clothes than I did. Today, his hair has grown longer and is peeking out beneath the ball cap he's wearing. There are visible gray hairs in his temples, and the jeans and gray polo he's wearing are slightly rumpled, reminding me I have no idea where he's been living the past year. "Riles." He stands up and starts to pull me into a hug, but I step back, not wanting him to touch me. "I'm sorry," he says, looking just as awkward as I feel. I almost laugh at the apology. For what? For walking out on me? For betraying our children? For dying? I can tell that my words sting. I'm not sure how else I should react after almost a year of believing he's dead, but there's no doubt in my mind that this is my husband. I note the small scar just above his eyebrow he got from playing basketball in a swimming pool and hitting his head on the rim. Back then, we laughed at his clumsiness. Today, nothing seems funny. But this is the man I fell in love with, married, and had children with. At one time, we were best friends, lovers, and soulmates. I thought it would last forever. I was wrong. "I'm sorry." He's studying me, but giving me my space. "There's a lot at stake, and a lot of things you don't know." I stare at him, because I have no idea how to process what he's saying. A part of me wants to stay and listen to him try to justify everything that's happened. But the other part, the rational part, knows there's nothing he can say to explain all this away, and I need to get as far away from him as I can. Because there's no running from the facts. Lucas embezzled $25 million from his clients, among a long list of other felonies, then faked his own death. He left me and our children for I have no idea what, considering the money seems to be missing. But he's been out of our lives for almost a year, and no matter how he justifies things, there's no way he can just waltz back in and expect things to be the same. "What are we doing here?" I ask. "Taking a bus ride." He sits down again and motions for me to join him. I frown at his response, but obey as the bus makes another stop and a couple more people get on, taking seats in the front. He reaches into the canvas messenger bag he's carrying and pulls out a smaller, narrow black bag. "I need you to put your phone inside this." I don't understand. Why? It's a Faraday bag. Basically, it makes it impossible for the phone to be tracked when it's inside. It's why I opted for the bus, in case someone followed you. I've worked hard to stay under the radar all these months, and I can't afford to be found. It won't affect your phone, and it's just temporary. It will ensure we lose any tails. I hesitate, then drop my phone into the bag, praying I'm not making a big mistake. I know you see me as the villain in all of this, Lucas says, but I need you to hear the truth from me. None of what you believe is true. You'll never convince me that what you did was right, I say, wishing now I'd never answered his phone call. I know a lot more than you think I do. You know what they want you to believe, Lucas says, catching my gaze, but you don't know the truth. Darren told me the same thing when I visited him in jail, I counter, determined not to back down. He told me there were things about you I didn't know, and that I needed to stop trying to find out the truth. Darren Kirby had been one of Lucas's best friends, a friend we'd both known for years, and a friend I'd trusted until he kidnapped Sadie over the missing money Lucas was accused of embezzling. Trust wasn't exactly on the table right now as far as I was concerned. He shakes his head. I'm not the enemy here, Riles. I need you to know that. You're not the enemy? His words sear like a hot iron on my heart. I'm not playing games with you, Lucas. You don't have that power over me anymore. You left me with nothing. The only good thing I have from you is our children. He catches my gaze again. Where are they? Safe. That's all you need to know. Fair enough. He presses his lips together, then says, just please, listen to what I have to say. That's all I'm asking of you. The bus makes another turn, and Lucas reaches up to grab the back of the seat in front of him, revealing a new scar on his forearm. You're not even supposed to be here, Lucas, I say, staring at the burn mark. I saw the explosion. I saw you die. I know this is hard, but as I said, nothing is as it seems. I try to hold on tight to the only reality I know. If you hadn't died, they would have arrested you. Everything I did was to protect you and Sadie and Oliver. I need you to believe me. I need you to trust me. I want to laugh because it seems utterly ridiculous what he's asking me to do. Trust him? I stopped doing that a long time ago. No. He's playing with my emotions. There was a time I did trust him, but now... I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't let him play me. He stole money, tried to ruin my life, left me and the kids. Whatever he says is not true. I never stopped loving you, Riles. My mind struggles to put the pieces together. Do I tell him I haven't loved him for a long time and that I'm falling in love with another man? The thought comes with another heavy wave of guilt. I was supposed to be married for better or worse. The only explanation for what's happening now is that I'm dreaming, and none of this is real. It's the stress of the past few months that's taken a toll. Lucas isn't really sitting next to me. He can't be. I look out the window, trying to ground my thoughts, but I don't see anything. I'm too focused on what's going on inside the bus. You left me with 2 children who don't understand why their father is gone. Not just gone, but believing someone hated you enough to have you killed. I know, Riles. I'm sorry for everything you've gone through. At least he's listening to me and not arguing, showing a sliver of empathy at what I've gone through. My mind flicks through dozens of memories. All the times I doubted him, and things he did to lose my trust even before he died. But surprisingly, there's still a part of me that wants to believe him. Maybe this really has been just a huge misunderstanding. The bus stops again and picks up a couple new passengers. This time an old man using a cane and a young woman wearing a fast food uniform. I can't help but wonder if they can really see Lucas, or if they see me talking to myself because none of this is real. I reach up and run my fingers down the scar above his brow, still trying to convince myself he's really sitting next to me. There was a body in that car. If it wasn't you, do you actually think I could do something like that on my own? Riles, the feds planned it. Planned it so they would quit looking for me, and to keep you safe. I shake my head. Who is they? Who hated you so much that they wanted you dead? There are some really bad people involved in all this, Lucas says. People I'm trying to keep away from you. Your plan isn't exactly working. I let out a sharp breath, not even trying to hide my anger. Darren and Kai both believed I had the missing money and came after me. Sadie was kidnapped. I almost lost her, Lucas. And Kai? She kidnapped, drugged, and shot me. I know. It's part of the reason I had to see you, Riles. I search his gaze, trying to determine if he really is telling the truth. What I do know is that I want answers. Kai implied that the two of you were having an affair, that your relationship was personal. Lucas shakes his head. She wanted a relationship with me. Wanted me to leave you for her. You did leave me. Yes, but I never wanted to, Riles. Everything I've done has been for you. You keep saying that, but what exactly have you done? I shoot back at him, not buying his excuses. I still don't know what's going on other than the fact that you faked your death. Another lie. I glance out at the busy street again. People are out shopping and eating, with no clue as to what is happening to me right now. An hour ago, I was enjoying myself with my kids, with Tucker. I felt like I had finally been able to take a few steps forward. Now, I just feel lost. I know this isn't easy, Lucas says. I rehearsed what I was going to say to you 1,000 times, and every time it came out wrong. I knew our conversation would end with you angry and confused, and I can't blame you. I am angry, but how else am I supposed to feel? I had to realize there was no getting around that anger and confusion. I have to let you work through it. I let out a sharp huff of air, not wanting his psychological insight. For the moment, I just need facts, so I can somehow find a way to sort out the confusion in my mind. Tell me why I'm here, I say. I'm innocent, Riles. I never took the money, and I can prove it. 4. I breathe in the dank bus air and squeeze the plastic seat I'm sitting on while I study Lucas's face. Tell me exactly what happened. I went to the feds about 6 months before the car explosion, with evidence that thousands of dollars was being skimmed from my company. Kai had discovered a way to hack into the company's financials and was skimming money out of the accounts, but she got greedy and decided she could get more access to the company, and more money, with an inside man. You, I say, as the pieces of the puzzle slowly start coming together. But it wasn't just Kai who was involved in the embezzling scheme. Not only is she connected with some very dangerous people, she had help moving the money. Surprisingly, what he's saying, combined with what I already know, makes sense. I have a copy of the flash drive that had belonged to Lucas. Encrypted profiles of individuals, including Kai, had been found. I assumed Lucas had been gathering information to blackmail them. Now I'm not so sure, but I do know from Tucker that Kai was connected to Jace Kruger, a man involved in large-scale organized crime that included human trafficking. Now that she's in prison, I'm left with even more questions. Since I was already on the inside, Lucas continues, the feds decided to use me as a plant. Wait, I shake my head. You're telling me you've been working undercover for the feds? I don't know if undercover is the word I would use, but yes. Why didn't you just tell me what was going on? Why keep me in the dark? Because what I'm trying to do is dangerous. I thought it would keep you and the kids safer if you didn't know. There's only a handful of key law enforcement who know the truth about any of this. For a moment, I can almost believe him. I was the one who turned Lucas in, but no one has ever actually proven him guilty, or even that he has the money. He died, or so I thought, before he was arrested. And the last time I saw him, he told me he was being framed, and the feds were after him. What if all this time he's been telling the truth? What if nothing I thought I knew was actually true? I knew you were hiding something from me, and thought you were having an affair, I confess. When I found what I thought was evidence that you were embezzling money, I ended up going to the FBI. The feds I went to already had evidence against you, Lucas. Why would they tell me that if it wasn't true? Like I told you, very few people in law enforcement know of the role I was playing. But just think about it, Riles. Do you really believe I was that person? That I could have done all those things? My heart wants to scream, no, of course I don't. But my mind is still convinced he's lying to me. Honestly, I don't know. I stare past him for a moment. I have so many questions. But there is one that comes to the forefront. You said Kai needed someone on the inside. She's a hacker, as you might already know, but she's also a grifter. There's no impatience in his voice as he speaks. No obvious frustration over my questions. She started out trying to seduce me, thinking she could then blackmail me. But instead, I found out that she was involved in the embezzling scheme. But then the money she stole disappeared. I look up at Lucas. She was convinced I had it. A memory surfaces of Kai's accusations I wish desperately I could forget. I know everything about you. The strained relationship you had with your husband before he died, details of your mother and her mental illness, including the genetic probability of following in her footsteps. Details of what your husband did before he was killed. Details of why Darren Kirby is now sitting behind bars after using your daughter to try and extort the money from you. An attempt that sent you to a mental hospital. Kai had paused for a moment, as if waiting for her words to sink in. You play a good game, but you're the only possible link between Lucas and the missing money. You might be smarter than I've given you credit for, than most have given you credit for, but your little game ends here. No matter what you manage to convince the authorities of, I know you have the money. Except I didn't have the money. I never have. Does she know you're alive? I ask. I don't think so. I reach up and rub my temples, feeling a tension headache starting. So when you realized she was embezzling funds, you went to the feds. Lucas nods. They had me work with Kai to collect evidence against her and to help trace the missing money. So basically, you were playing her while letting her think she was playing you. Yes, Lucas says. Which would explain why both Darren and Kai were searching for the money. But if they don't have it, and Lucas doesn't have it, I shake my head, realizing that there are still far more questions than answers. I've been trying to trace the money, but so far I haven't been able to find it. Lucas brushes his hand against my arm. There's a lot more to explain. But the immediate problem is that I'm afraid those who are after me have figured out I'm alive. Someone's been leaking information, and I need to find out who. The mole. Lucas nods again. Do you remember the last time I saw you? I close my eyes. I don't want to remember the betrayal and the lies and the secrets. Riles. He takes my hand and laces our fingers together. I told you I was just trying to keep you safe. You remember that, don't you? How could I forget? You told me someone was trying to frame you. You told me none of the accusations were true, but what was I supposed to believe? I was trying to fix things. I don't know how to respond. Everything had seemed so clear. Lucas embezzled funds, and then someone killed him. That's what I believed for so long. I press my hand against my chest. What he's telling me sounds like the plot of a very bad movie. Definitely not my life. At least, I don't want this to be my life. They arrested someone for your death, I say, thinking of how Maxwell Everett, an innocent man, was caught up in all of this. They weren't expecting someone to confess. They had to keep things in a very small circle. I'm sorry that happened, but he's free now. I am still fighting to understand. Do you know what I've gone through? On top of everything that happened with Sadie and the complications of a gunshot wound, the DA brought me in for questioning. I ended up in a psych ward. I look up and catch his gaze. Where is the money, Lucas? I've been working with the feds and one of their forensic accountants to track down whoever actually stole the money. We're getting close, but this is way bigger than just me. I study his eyes, trying to decide if he's telling me the truth. I'm not the gullible wife I might have been before. My head tells me to run, while my heart, the part of me that really did love him, tells me to give him the benefit of the doubt. I know what Tucker would tell me to do, but Tucker doesn't know Lucas the way I do. I want to believe you, but so much has happened, I say. I honestly don't know if I can trust you. You should have come to me from the very beginning and told me what was happening instead of trying to fix it on your own. We were supposed to be a team. Instead, you were ripped out of our lives. I've been living like a widow, raising 2 kids on my own, trying to keep food on the table and savings in the bank account for an emergency. What bothers me the most as I look at him is the fact that I want to believe him. That I want so desperately for him to be telling the truth. For him to still be the man I married. You said you have proof, I say. I want you to meet my contact in the FBI. He'll explain everything to you. Prove to you I'm not the man you think I am. Where is he? Here, on the bus. Lucas's contact must have been watching us, because a man from the middle of the bus I'd barely noticed walks up to us. Clean cut, wearing jeans and a button-down shirt. He sits in the seat in front of us without saying anything and pulls out an ID. Instead of flashing it at me, he hands it to me. This is Special Agent Craig Morrison, Lucas said. He's my handler and one of the few people who know the truth behind all this. Mrs. Bishop, it's good to finally meet you. The name pulls me out of reality for a moment as I look up at the man. It's been so long since anyone called me Mrs. Bishop. I give him back his ID. I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want to believe Lucas. I don't want to believe that this man standing in front of me is really who he says he is. I want to walk away and pretend none of this ever happened. And yet, I know I can't. If the FBI is involved, I would think they could have stopped a lot of what happened these past few months, I say. Agreed, the man says with a nod. But you have to understand, as I'm sure your husband has already told you, few know the entire truth, and we've had to keep it that way. We're dealing with a very dark criminal organization, whose tentacles reach deep inside the FBI and a dozen other law enforcement organizations. The $25 million that your husband was accused of embezzling is just a small piece of the pie. Lucas has been helping us gather enough evidence to expose the organization's leaders, but it's taken longer than we anticipated. Lucas isn't the only one blamed for stealing the money. I have been as well, I say. I know, and I'm sorry. Why come to me now? What do you want? Right now, just information, Lucas says. I frown. I have no idea what he thinks I might know. There was a flash drive you brought to me the last time I saw you. Yes. You made a copy of it and gave it to the feds. I hesitate, then decide there's no use lying to him at this point. I gave them everything except the family photos. Lucas looks at his handler for a moment, then turns back to me. Those family photos. Has anyone seen them? This time, I'm not sure if I want to tell him the entire truth. I have. I kept a copy for myself. I can tell he's frustrated, even though he's always been an expert at masking his emotions. His facial expression hasn't changed, and he's holding my gaze as if trying to convince me that he's engaged in the conversation and my responses. But for Lucas, it's simply his way of keeping the focus off himself. After all, I probably know him better than anyone else after being married to the man for well over a decade. The thought gives me pause. How ironic that I'm the one who knows him the best, and yet he's kept so many secrets from me. Secrets I'd never even suspected. I know there's information hidden in the photos, I say. There's a list of players. Lucas shifts in his seat. Very dangerous players, Riles. Players I was helping the feds take down. I can't tell you how bad it would be for that information to get into the wrong hands, and until we identify the mole, we can't stop them. I press my lips together, then say, I want to believe you, but you're asking a lot. You loved me once, Riles. I know you did. And I've never stopped loving you. I've made mistakes. I'll be the first to admit that. But I need your help. I need your help to put an end to this. And then you and I, Sadie and Oliver, we could be a family again. Do you really think that's going to happen? I shoot back. That we can just pick up again after everything that's happened? Maybe not. But I've had a lot of time to think, Riles. I know I wasn't perfect. But I never stopped missing the kids, or wishing things had turned out different. He's playing with my mind, reminding me of the man I once loved, the one who could make me laugh, the one I once trusted. But I can't forget the past year. Maybe at one point in my life I would have been able to blindly trust him, but not today. I know this isn't easy to take in, but you can trust your husband, Morrison says to me. He turns to Lucas. I need to get off at the next stop. I'll contact you soon. I'm silent as the man shoves his badge into his pocket and stands up. I know you still don't trust me or believe me, and that's okay, Lucas says as the bus pulls to a stop and Morrison gets off. I knew you'd have a hard time seeing me again. A hard time? I shake my head, starting to feel more angry than anything else. You betrayed me, and then died. He pulls me against him in a hug, pressing his face against my neck. I want to pull away, but he feels so familiar. I thought our relationship would last forever. But it hadn't. And that's something I can't forget. I finally pull away from him, wondering if I'm playing into his hand. I need to know who has access to the encrypted information on that flash drive, Riles. There are people who, if they know I'm alive, will hunt me down, and they wouldn't hesitate to try to use you to get to me. My death is the only thing that's been keeping you safe. It all makes sense in a frightening kind of way. But the problem is, I'm still not convinced Lucas is on the right side, or if being on his side is actually going to keep me safe. 5. At the next bus stop, Lucas signals that we need to get off. I obey, but I'm still unsure of what he's really doing. No matter how convincing he sounds, I still can't trust him. Where are we going? I ask, clutching my head. My car's parked not far from here, he says as I follow him off the bus. We need to drive to the house where I'm staying. Where's the house? About an hour from here. It's close enough to the city that I can drive in if I need to, but I do my best to stay off the radar. Must be a challenge playing the part of a dead man, I snap back. Riles. I try to swallow my irritation as I step onto the street and realize we're somewhere in downtown Austin. Why not just have me meet you there? Why all the cloak and dagger? Would you have met me at some strange house an hour from the city? I hesitate. Probably not. And I wasn't sure how you were going to react to seeing me, so I chose somewhere public. On top of that, I needed to make sure you weren't followed, that you didn't lead them to me. He lets out a sharp breath. The house is the safest place for us to talk, but I'll bring you back to the city whenever you want. I promise. I look down the street that's lined with buildings and a few large oak trees. Somehow, the words safe and Lucas don't exactly go together. But this is my husband. Surely, despite everything that's happened, and all the accusations against him, he would never do anything to hurt me. Okay, I say, because as much as I don't trust Lucas, this will never be over until I know the complete truth. He turns onto a busy street where they're holding a farmer's market. We walk through a long row of tented booths filled with vendors selling everything from produce to flowers to crafts. In the background, the tall buildings tower over a sizable green space where people are sitting on the grass. Live music plays in the background from a group about 20 yards ahead of us. Everyone is smiling and looks happy while they buy from the vendors and food trucks, but as I take it all in, the scene presses in on me, and I want to get out of here. We're not far from my car, Lucas says, as if he's trying to assure me everything is fine. Someone bumps into me, and I stumble to get out of his way. Lucas grabs my hand and pulls me ahead with him. We need to hurry. Lucas. I've been watching a man behind us. He's wearing a gray jacket, and I'm pretty sure he's following us. I thought we couldn't be followed. I look and try and locate the man. I'm sure Lucas is imagining things. The man is probably just out shopping like everyone else, not interested in who we are. I struggle to walk fast enough to keep up with Lucas as he steers me through the crowd. He turns left at a table selling honey, then right at the next row of booths, trying to lose our possible tail. We're almost running as we come to the end of the row of vendors. I look back, searching the crowd for the man in gray. If he's out there, I can't see him, but I still feel unsettled and anxious. Why is it that every time I've thought this nightmare is over, something else happens? And now, with Lucas being alive, I'm struggling to process the ramifications, but also the realization that Lucas still has a hold on me. I'm out of breath by the time we get to his car. Lucas unlocks the vehicle and signals for me to get into the passenger seat. I get inside and automatically lock the door before putting on my seatbelt, my mind racing as he gets in and slams his door shut. The music and the noise of the crowd fades instantly, but my mind doesn't stop. I'm frustrated, doubting myself and my decisions, worried about Sadie and Oliver. Are you okay? He asks as he starts the engine. No, I need answers, like where you've been for the last year and who's after us. I know I haven't given you enough of an explanation, but I will, I promise. For now, we need to get out of here. He pulls into traffic, then starts driving through downtown, weaving in and out of cars and turning at almost every stoplight. I glance behind us. Do you think we're still being followed? No, but I need to make sure. Kai followed me in a silver truck, I tell him. I managed to lose her, but she found us again. Shot out the tires of the car we were in and chased us into the woods. You were with Tucker? Lucas asks as he makes another turn. I don't miss the edge to his voice as I nod. She shot us with some kind of tranquilizer dart, then took us to a warehouse. Morrison told me what happened. He reaches out and squeezes my hand. I'm truly sorry, Riles. It's one of the reasons I needed to see you. We have to find a way to put this behind us. I close my eyes for a moment. He says we as if we're a team, but we're not. And I'm also not sure we'll ever be able to move on. Why did I think I could trust him? Why did I think I could ignore those who have helped me, like Tucker? I need to call and make sure the kids are okay, but I can't do that around Lucas. Maybe everything he said is true. Maybe he is working with the feds and he needs my help. But the more logical side of me knows there has to be something far more sinister at play here. I just don't know what it is. I need answers, Lucas, I say. I massage my shoulder where Kai shot me. I'm tired of being a pawn in this game. Kai's in prison, Darren's in prison, and somehow it's still not over. Who's after you? I'm not sure, to be honest. He's still weaving in and out of traffic. Until recently, I thought I was completely under the radar because everyone thought I was dead. Including me, I say, not even trying to hide the frustration in my voice. His jaw tenses. It's given me the ability to help the feds put an end to this. Trying to track down the $25 million you allegedly embezzled, or trying to stop Jace Kruger? We're building a case against him, Riles. He's definitely involved at the top, but the group of agents I'm working with are trying to bring down the entire organization, which is huge. We need to stop them from using that money to expand their reach. So you're telling me you didn't embezzle the money? I told you the last time I saw you that I was being framed, Riley. It was one of the reasons I needed to disappear. I no longer have access to my former workplace, but I have enough resources working with the FBI to build a case against everyone who's involved. I glance behind me, searching for anyone who might still be following us as we head out of town. So what's changed? Why tell me you're alive now? It can't be all about the flash drive. When law enforcement started digging into profiles on that drive, we believed that the mole realized something had changed. I don't know if the mole is aware that I'm alive yet, but if they keep digging, it could topple everything I've accomplished over the last year. Because I gave the flash drive to the feds, and that's how the mole got a hold of it. I'm sorry, but yes. I was only trying to protect Sadie and Oliver, trying to figure out a way to end all this and prove I'm not involved. You really think there's a mole? Oh, I know there's a mole. I just don't know who it is. My attention shifts from Lucas just as the brakes flash at the back of a white sedan, and it suddenly stops in front of us. Lucas slams on his brakes, missing the sedan's back bumper by inches. Lucas? Hang on, Riles. Lucas looks behind him, then throws the car in reverse. This isn't the first time I've seen this car. A man carrying a handgun jumps out from the passenger side and runs toward us. Lucas steps on the accelerator, tires squealing as he does a sharp U-turn and takes off in the opposite direction, but not before the windshield is hit with a bullet. My heart is pounding as he speeds away. Are you all right? He asks. I look up at the splintered window, feeling a terrifying sense of déjà vu. If you mean, have I been shot again? No. Are they still behind us? I don't know. I'm shaking as I look back, fighting to catch my breath. I don't see them, but that doesn't mean they're not still following us. My hands are gripping the edge of the seat as he accelerates, heading north, weaving in and out of traffic to ensure we're no longer being followed. But I can only think of one thing. Everything that has gone wrong in my life is connected to Lucas. Whether he's innocent or not, he's made choices that affected our family. Choices that left me in the dark and left us exposed. I don't know how he can justify any of that. I never meant for this to happen, Riles. Stop it, I say, staring at his profile as another flood of anger washes through me. I need you to pull over. Now. Riley, right now. He pulls off the highway onto a gravel road, leaving the motor running as he turns to me. Don't ask me again if I'm okay, because I'm not. My shoulder hurts, and I'm terrified. I shake my head. How did they find us? I don't know. Of course you don't know. At least you say you don't. And that's the problem. Stop being cryptic. Stop apologizing. Just tell me why these people are after us and why I'm here. His hands grip the steering wheel at my harsh response. The mole in the department gave the flash drive to someone in Kruger's organization. He blows out a sharp breath. The names of 3 agents who infiltrated the organization are on that drive. Once they decipher those names... He doesn't have to finish his sentence. Can't they just pull their agents out? They've gone dark, and Morrison hasn't been able to get a hold of them. I thought I was doing the right thing, I say. I was trying to keep the kids and myself safe. None of this is your fault. I was just hoping we could figure out a way through this. Together, Riles, and with as little collateral damage as possible. Is that even possible? Honestly, I don't know. I can head back to Austin right now, he says. I'll take you home, and you'll never see me again if that's what you want. I can figure this out on my own. I look up at him. I meant what I said. I want this all to be over. But if I run away now, that won't happen. I have to find a way to end this once and for all. Not for Lucas's sake, or even mine, but for Sadie and Oliver. Which means, for the moment, I'm going to have to trust him. 6. Tucker parked in front of the courthouse, a familiar building he'd been in dozens of times in the course of his career, then headed toward the entrance. The urgent call to come in and provide extra security for a judge this afternoon had been unexpected, but for him, the timing was perfect. His original plan had been to spend the day hanging out with Riley and her kids, a rare day off he'd looked forward to. And for a while, everything had seemed perfect. He'd felt at home in their world, cooking burgers on the grill, playing catch in the backyard with Oliver, and even the unexpected chat with Sadie. Everything had been perfect, until it wasn't. He had no idea what changed, but without any warning, something had spooked Riley. He'd seen something in her eyes he couldn't identify. Fear, confusion, panic. While he had no idea what had happened, he was frustrated over the fact that she hadn't felt she could tell him what was going on. That she hadn't trusted him. He checked his phone as he headed up the steps of the building, hoping there would be a message from Riley, but there wasn't one. Maybe he was making a mountain out of a molehill. It wasn't as if they were married or even in a committed relationship. She wasn't obligated to tell him everything that went on in her life. Maybe he was pursuing someone who simply wasn't ready to be in a relationship. But he'd seen the fear in her eyes. Something had happened, and he hadn't been the person she confided in. After everything they'd gone through together over the past few weeks, that felt like betrayal. He let out a sharp sigh. His work had always been a challenge, but being constantly put in high-pressure situations, the lack of sleep, and having to deal with trauma could easily lead to burnout. To combat that, he made sure exercise and rest were a priority, and stayed connected at his church, especially with his small accountability group. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to avoid the strain on relationships his job brought with it. He missed a lot of family and church events, and it wasn't always easy to find time to maintain friendships. In fact, because of that, he'd never imagined actually having a family. The road he'd chosen to take didn't make it easy. It had been his biggest concern when he'd started seeing Riley. And yet the more time he spent with her and her children, the more he realized he wanted to make things work between them, which meant finding time for them had become a priority. Inside the building, he showed one of the officers his badge, then started through the security process, noting the increase in personnel due to the threat that brought him here. A mom with twin girls sat on a bench on the far wall past security. He pulled out his keys and phone and set them on the conveyor belt, frowning at the tug of emotion he felt as the girls clung to their mother's hands. For the first time, he'd actually started imagining himself going to Little League games, science fairs, and on family vacations. One of the hardest obstacles he'd faced was that Riley was convinced she came with too much baggage. That had left her fearful of a new relationship. But as far as he was concerned, he had his own baggage. Not only had he lived with a consuming guilt over his brother's disappearance for over 2 decades, he'd become good at doing things on his own. Trusting his partner while on the job was one thing, but living as a bachelor had made him too self-reliant. His faith tempered that feeling some, but the idea of a ready-made family was a whole new world for him. A world he finally felt ready to jump into. "You're all set, sir?" Tucker caught the guard's gaze and nodded. "Thanks." He dropped his keys and phone back into his pockets, then mentally shifted his thoughts as he headed toward the judge's chambers in a secure part of the courthouse. For now, he was going to have to put aside what had happened with Riley, because there was nothing he could do. Worrying didn't help, and if she needed him, she was going to have to let him know. It was time to put her out of his mind and concentrate on his job. The trial he'd been called in to help with today was one he'd followed closely because of his personal involvement with Operation Retrieval. This task force was a joint effort between the U.S. Marshals Service and local law enforcement to locate at-risk children in Austin and the surrounding counties. The trial currently underway was for 3 defendants arrested for their alleged roles in a sex trafficking ring. But for Tucker, their conviction and sentencing was peripheral. For months, they'd been chasing leads on Jace Kruger, the suspected ringleader of the crime organization. But every time they got close, the man managed to vanish. Tucker stepped into the judge's reception area, then quickly went through another round of security. The judge's safety had been well thought out. Not only were there private offices with silent alarms, the space was accessed through a private corridor, and there was a second escape route in case of emergency. His partner, Ruby, was standing to the left of Judge Parker in her chambers, along with 4 other law enforcement and court security officers when he arrived. "Sorry I'm late," he said, shutting the door behind him. "You're fine," Ruby said. "We all just got here." "And I'm ready for an explanation of what's going on," the judge said, frowning as she sat down at her desk. "I don't like the fact that a threat is delaying my case." "I understand, ma'am," Ruby said. "Unfortunately, a man with a weapon was just apprehended trying to gain access to one of the courtrooms. We have evidence he's not working alone, and there has been at least one other confirmed threat against you." "How did he get through security?" Tucker asked. "We're not sure. He's been taken in for questioning, but until we have more details, the director doesn't want us to take any chances." The judge nodded, still clearly unhappy, but on board with their decision. "We're going to break up into 2 teams," Ruby said. "One team will escort Judge Parker to a safe house. The other team is going to ensure that the defendant returns to his cell without incident." She gave the 4 officers their assignments. She and Tucker were paired with Judge Parker, a middle-aged woman who had been on the bench for 15 years. Tucker had met her before. She was well respected in the court system, but unfortunately, threats against the judiciary weren't uncommon. The U.S. Marshals, in particular, dealt with them on a regular basis. Constant training for his job made what he did almost second nature, but he could never let it become commonplace. They had to expect the unexpected and be ready for anything. It didn't take them long to confirm the plan and head out of the room. He knew the schematics of the building like the back of his hand, thanks to the many times he had prepped for this very scenario. He would have preferred that the entire building be evacuated, but the decision had been made to lock down courtrooms, bring in extra security, and allow only people vital to the cases inside. The reasoning was, if they shut down every time there was a threat, nothing would ever get done, which was why his team had been called in to safeguard those involved. They started down the private corridor. The possibility that someone inside the building was looking for an opportunity was at the forefront of Tucker's mind. While there was only one main entrance for the public, there were additional exits for government personnel. In a situation like this, they had to consider an ambush or a sniper attack once they got outdoors. Tucker glanced at the judge and caught the worry lines across her forehead. He didn't know exactly what was running through her mind, but what he did know was that she was a mother, a wife, and a grandmother, simply trying to make the world a better place by keeping bad guys off the streets. Tucker was the first one outside. It didn't matter how many times he did this, his adrenaline was always running, along with heightened senses that were alert to anything that seemed off. The temperature felt warmer as he went through the back door, thanks to the mid-afternoon sun. A black sedan was waiting to escort the judge to a safe house, but his concern was over the few feet she'd be exposed before getting into the vehicle. He held up his hand, signaling for the team to stop as something caught his attention on the rooftop to the left. He wasn't sure what it was, something glimmering in the sunlight. It was subtle, but enough to convince him to abort the final stage of the plan. He turned around and quickly signaled the group back into the building. He pulled Ruby aside. "There's a possible sniper on the roof of the building to the southwest of the courthouse." Ruby pulled the door shut behind them. "Are you sure?" "I'm convinced enough to delay going out there for the moment. Go back to the judge's quarters and secure her there. Have a security team meet me at the adjoining building immediately." Tucker took an alternate exit, one that would bring him closer to what he had seen. There were 3 officers waiting for him at the other building, as instructed. "The quickest way to the roof is through the inside stairwell," one of them told Tucker. "There's access on the 6th floor." Tucker looked up at the roof, but this time he was viewing it from a different angle and was unable to see what had caught his attention. A part of him worried that he really had imagined what he saw, but he'd been doing this job long enough to trust his gut. He knew he'd seen something, and whatever it was had been worth calling out. They left 2 of the officers on the ground outside in case their suspect exited the building. Tucker and the 3rd officer, Jeremy Hunter, headed inside to alert building security in the lobby to what was going on, then headed up the stairwell to the 6th floor. Tucker glanced at his watch as they approached the roof. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since he'd made the call to pull the judge back inside, but a sniper would have noticed. If he was smart, he would have immediately fled the scene, leaving them with nothing. Hunter opened the 6th floor door, his service weapon in his hand, then stepped onto the roof ahead of Tucker. He'd been wrong about assuming their suspect would flee the scene. Almost immediately, Hunter was knocked down by the barrel of a sniper rifle. Tucker turned to defend himself, only to feel a sharp blow to his temple. His body slammed against the wall behind him, and his service weapon clattered to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the suspect came at him again. This time, Tucker managed to knock the rifle out of the suspect's hands, but then had to duck to avoid the man's fist. Tucker swung his right arm, hitting the suspect on the side of his head, but it wasn't enough to bring him down. Being skilled in hand-to-hand combat was crucial in his job, but it was something he strove to avoid. There were too many variables that couldn't be anticipated. Tucker lunged for the suspect again, this time clipping his jaw. The other man stumbled backward but managed to keep his balance. Instead of going after Tucker again, though, he swooped down to grab his rifle, then ran full speed across the roof toward the edge. Tucker snatched his handgun off the ground and took off after him, ordering him to stop. But it was already too late. He stopped at the edge of the roof as their suspect flew across the wide gap between the 2 buildings and rolled safely onto the next roof. The decision for Tucker to stop his pursuit was instinctual. It wasn't worth risking a fall and losing his life. Still, he was angry for letting him get away. Tucker grabbed his radio, then headed to where Hunter was now sitting up. "We lost him," Tucker reported to Ruby. "White male, 5'10" or 11, longish blonde hair, red birthmark on the back of his neck. He was wearing a black jacket and pants and a ski mask. Jumped onto the adjoining roof and is heading west." "Copy that. I'm heading your way now." Ruby was waiting for him on the 1st floor of the building. "You made the right call. That jump would have been far too risky." "He made it," Tucker said. "But you might not have. You wouldn't have gotten a second try." "I know." Tucker frowned. "But it still doesn't make me feel better." "We have a bolo out on him, and a forensics team is heading to the roof to see if they can find anything. But without a better description, it's going to be almost impossible to find him. She was right. Without the sniper rifle, which he could stash and come back for later, he could easily disappear into a crowd. The judge? Tucker asked. We'll get her to a safe house. They're going to keep her and her family there until they can verify the threat is over. At least she's able to be with her family. Agreed. And good catch, by the way, Ruby said, following him back to the courthouse. Today could have ended very differently. I'm glad she's safe, but we should have gotten him. We will. Tucker's phone rang, interrupting their conversation, and he glanced down at the caller ID. Maxwell Everett. Strange. It had been a while since he'd heard from him. He was tempted to let it go to voicemail and call him back later, but something urged him to answer. Will you give me a minute? Tucker held up his hand and walked away from Ruby. Hello? Tucker, this is Max. I'm sorry to bother you, but it's important. Of course, how can I help you? It's Riley. I think she's in trouble. 7. Tucker started down the wide sidewalk, his heart racing as he processed Max's words. What's going on, Max? I'd rather tell you the details in person, but it's about Lucas. I think he's alive. Tucker stopped abruptly. He couldn't have heard the man correctly. There was no way Lucas Bishop was alive. They had witnesses who'd seen his car blow up, including Riley. They had a body that had been confirmed to be Lucas Bishop. So the thought that he was alive? No, that wasn't possible. Tucker? I'm sorry, it's not possible he's alive. I know, Max said, but according to Riley, she spoke with him. She told you that? Tucker let out a sharp breath. He'd known something had shaken Riley, but he never would have imagined this. He reached up and rubbed his temples, still having a hard time believing that what Max was saying could be true. Do you know where she is? No, she didn't tell me much. I'm sure she was trying to protect me, but she implied she was going to see Lucas, and if that's true, then we both know she's in trouble. Text me the address where you are. I'm on my way now. Tucker ended the call a moment later, but didn't move from where he was standing outside the courthouse. How could she have been speaking to Lucas? It just wasn't possible. What was more probable was that this was someone impersonating Lucas, someone trying to get to her. Tucker? He turned around at the sound of his partner's voice. What's going on? Ruby asked. I don't know. That was Max Everett. He took a deep breath as his mind worked to process what he'd just been told. I was over at Riley's a couple hours ago. 1 minute, everything was fine, and the next, something spooked her, and she said she had to leave. It was as if she'd seen a ghost, but she wouldn't tell me what was going on. And now? That was Maxwell Everett, and, according to him, she really did see a ghost. She said Lucas is alive. That's impossible. That's what I told him. Someone could be impersonating Lucas, Ruby said, reading his mind. That would make more sense. Agreed. But either way, there's a high probability she's in trouble. Tucker dropped his phone into his pocket and started walking toward his car. I don't know why she didn't tell me. I don't know why she took the kids to Max and didn't talk to me. Maybe she had a reason. Maybe you need to trust her, Tucker. Tucker stopped, then turned around to face Ruby, trying to hold in the anger. That's a lot, coming from you. You're the one who told me I should never have tried to have a relationship with someone I'd rescued. Turns out you were right. If I remember correctly, the last thing I said to you about Riley was that I supported your relationship and that I should have trusted both of you. She lied to me, Tucker threw back at her. It doesn't sound as if she lied to you. It sounds like she decided not to tell you what was going on. There's a difference. Why wouldn't she tell me? I have no idea, but she must have had a good reason. I'm a deputy U.S. Marshal. I'm the first person she should have come to. Are you saying that as a law enforcement officer or someone who's in love with her? The muscles in Tucker's jaw tightened at the question. He shoved his hands into his pockets and started walking again, past the perfectly manicured green space framed by a cluster of tall buildings. The temperature had dropped, and there were dark clouds hovering in the distance, but he barely saw anything around him. That doesn't matter. She should have trusted me. What do you know about Riley? Ruby asked, keeping up with his stride. Tucker shook his head, not in the mood for games. What do you mean? I don't mean about what she did today, but who she is. Tucker stopped again. The question was not what he had expected. For a long time, I didn't give her the benefit of the doubt, Ruby continued before he had a chance to say anything. But you know her. You've seen how she cares about those kids, how she treats people she interacts with. You've seen her faith in action. So even though you might think she didn't trust you, and even though it makes perfect sense to question why she didn't come to you, give her some grace and realize she might have a very good answer. I get what you're saying, but this is different. Her dead husband might be alive. And if that's really true, her entire world has just been shaken. She's not going to know how to respond, because she's never gone through anything like this before. In fact, she's already gone through more devastating things than most people. Losing her husband, almost losing a child, surviving an attempt on her life. All she knows to do is what seems right at the moment. So give her the benefit of the doubt that she did what she thought was right at that moment. That might all be true, but my issue is that whatever she's done has probably put her life in danger. His phone went off, and he pulled it out of his pocket. Max just sent me the address of where he and the kids are. Forget about why she did what she did. Right now, you just need to deal with the situation. Ruby reached out and squeezed his arm. Whether Lucas really is alive or someone is impersonating him, you're right. Her life could very well be in danger. We already have a team looking for the sniper. I'll work on tracking Riley down while you go make sure Sadie and Oliver are okay. Once we find her, we'll figure out what to do next. Because with a possible connection to Kruger, this is bigger than just Riley. And if Lucas really is alive, we need to know. Tucker let out a sharp breath. His frustration wasn't gone, but he knew she was right. He put the address Max had sent him into his GPS, and a minute later, he was driving away from the courthouse, his mind racing. What worried him the most was that Riley might be in trouble. From what he knew about Lucas Bishop, the man was a manipulator, and it was very possible Riley might have felt that she had no choice but to go with him. Tucker was still worrying 30 minutes later when he pulled into the long driveway that matched the address Max had given him. There were dozens of trees in the front yard, and the house, a small one-bedroom, maybe two at most, was set back from the quiet road. Neatly kept, but very simple. Max was waiting for him at the front door when he got out of the car. I'm sorry. I know this has to be upsetting for you. The kids are here with you? Max nodded. That's why I felt like I couldn't leave. She trusts me to make sure they're okay. And apparently didn't trust me, Tucker spouted before weighing his words. I don't think that's it. I think she just wasn't sure what she was getting into. Did he threaten her? Tucker asked. I'm not sure, but he must have said something to scare her. Apparently, Lucas told her that there's a very small group of people in law enforcement who know the truth, and for security reasons, he has to be careful. Tucker frowned. That sounded exactly like something Lucas would tell her. When is the last time you heard from her? Not since she dropped them off. She told me she'd be in touch. I tried to call her, right before I called you, but I think her phone is off. You did the right thing, and I appreciate it. Tucker looked toward the house. How are the kids doing? They're watching a movie. I don't think they really know what's going on. She made it sound like an impromptu surprise getaway. Tucker frowned. If only the situation was that innocent. I'm sorry I didn't come to you sooner, Max said, wringing his hands. I've been trying to decide what to do. Riley probably wouldn't have wanted me to call you, but I also don't think she should trust Lucas, if it really was him. I'm afraid her husband still has a hold on her. Her husband. The words felt like a punch to the gut. The woman he'd fallen for wasn't married. She was a single mother, a widow. And even though she'd gone through a lot, he felt like over the past few weeks she had started to let him in, and finally let her guard down and trusted him. But this... If she'd gone to see whoever had been on the other end of that call, not only had she put her life in danger, she was putting the lives of her children in danger. Don't blame her, Max said, coming to Riley's defense. I'm sure there are things about this that we don't know. We don't know what he said to her. She once trusted him, and sometimes those ties are hard to break, even when someone like Lucas hurt her. He wanted to understand why she'd hid this from him, why she thought she could handle it on her own, and most importantly, why she'd trusted Lucas and not him. Maybe Max was right. There were things he didn't know about the situation. He didn't know what she'd been told in that phone call. Lucas could have threatened her, manipulated her. Isn't that what he used to do? Is this your place? Tucker asked as they started for the house again, past 2 rocking chairs, a barbecue area, and grill. No, it belongs to a friend of mine who's into dove hunting. It's empty most of the year and feels like a world away from the city, even though it's really not that far at all. She must have worked this out with you ahead of time, Tucker said, turning to the older man. It was just in case of an emergency. With everything that's happened, she's been scared. Max stopped on the top porch step. What do we do now? Ruby's trying to trace her phone. We've got a bolo out for Lucas and Riley. I want to transfer you and the kids to a proper safe house. Without knowing what Lucas is up to, I don't want to take any chances. Of course. I'll help in any way I can. Did she say anything else to you about her conversation with Lucas? We need to know why he wanted to see her. Why he would have faked his death. No, Max said. Just that she was going to meet with him. Tucker ran a hand through his hair. He knew the details of the case. If all of this was true, whatever had motivated Lucas to come back to life had to be serious. The felony charges that were stacked against him would be brought up again if the feds knew he was alive. What do you want me to do? Max asked. Can you stay here with the kids for now? Of course. I'll put a security detail outside until we can get you moved to a safe house. Mr. Tucker! Tucker forced a smile as Oliver and Sadie ran out onto the porch, trying to appear like everything was normal. Like nothing had changed between the backyard football game he and Oliver had played together a few hours ago and right now. I heard you guys were spending time with Grandpa Max, Tucker said. Do you know when Mom is coming back? Oliver asked. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure. She told us she had some business to take care of, Sadie said. Give her some grace. Ruby's words resonated. He might be frustrated, but she was right. He did know Riley. He knew she would never do anything to hurt him on purpose, and there had to be a reason for what she'd done. But whatever that reason was, he was certain about one thing. Riley was in trouble. 8. After almost an hour of driving, we finally crossed the Colorado River on the outskirts of Marble Falls in the middle of Texas hill country. I'm pretty sure no one has followed us, though there's no way to be certain. Lucas's evasive tactics clearly hadn't worked, and I can't shake my unease over the situation. More than once, I've almost told him to take me home, that I was going to go to the authorities and let them figure this out. But every time, I stopped myself. If Lucas is telling the truth, I'll only be making things worse. And for some reason, I need to believe him. I'd forgotten how beautiful it is out here, I say, breaking the long silence that had settled between us. Remember when we brought the kids up here a couple summers ago on that weekend trip? I nod at the memory, one of the many I've tried to forget, because those memories always remind me of what could have been, what should have been. But they're a long step away from my reality. Still, the area is beautiful, with its rolling hills, oaks, rocky outcrops, and fields of spring wildflowers. I allow my mind to pull up a memory. Everything that fall had seemed perfect. We'd taken the kids to a pumpkin patch, let them ride ponies, then took them on a drive-through safari where we saw all kinds of animals. The kids loved it, and Lucas had been the perfect, attentive father and husband. "We're almost there," he says, pulling me out of my thoughts. We're following a winding road along the east edge of town. The blue sky seems endless and hangs above a scattering of old oaks and other trees across the rolling terrain, with patches of bluebonnets and Indian paintbrush. In another reality, I might have been able to enjoy the view. Maybe even have forgotten that last year had taken place. But I know that's not possible. I glance over at him and notice for the first time a red, jagged cut on his hand. "What happened?" I ask, pointing. He looks down at the dried blood. "It's nothing. I think I scraped it on something while we were hurrying through the market." "It needs to be cleaned and disinfected. Do you have something at the house?" "Probably." "I'll take care of it as soon as we get there." I know what I'm doing. Grasping on to something I can control. Something, maybe the only thing, I have the power to fix. It's become a defense mechanism for me. Finding something I can concentrate on when far too often my life feels as if it's spiraling out of my control. A moment later, Lucas pulls onto a dirt road. It leads to the front of a one-story house that's set in the middle of several acres. "This is nice," I say. I don't know what I was expecting, but I'm surprised as I get out of the car. "It's a bit remote, but that's what I need right now." I try to wrap my mind around the fact that all this time, Lucas has been alive, and I never even knew it. I'm still struggling to process everything he's told me, unsure of what it means going forward, unsure of how all this is going to end. I can't just pretend that the last year didn't happen, but I also have to keep reminding myself that I don't have to figure it all out right now. That's why I'm here. "There's a balcony in the back you're going to love," Lucas says, heading up the path to the front door. "The view is amazing. You can see for miles." I follow him inside the house, and again, I'm impressed. The floor plan is open, with a large kitchen and a dining table off to one side, and a couch and chairs in front of a fireplace on the other end. Lucas clearly spends a lot of time at a built-in desk where there's a laptop and several piles of papers and files. I can't help but note that nothing personal has been added to the space. No photos or reminders of his past life. No reminders he has a wife and 2 children. "So this is where you've been living?" I ask, trying to push away the dark thoughts as I walk toward the windows overlooking a back deck with a view that matches Lucas's description. "Just for the past couple months," he says. "The owners are retired and are friends of Morrison. They split their time between here and Australia with family." I notice the blood on his hand again, and I'm pulled back to the present, even though I wish I could escape from this other reality I don't understand. A reality where my husband has an FBI handler and didn't die. "Where's your first aid kit?" I ask, setting my bag on the island. "There should be one under the kitchen sink." I head to the other side of the room, open the cabinet doors, and pull out the white plastic box. "Are you hungry?" he asks. "I have some takeout in the fridge from yesterday." I start to say no as I set the first aid kit on the island next to where Lucas has laid his messenger bag, then hesitate as a plan starts to form in my mind. He sounds as if we've just picked up after a weekend apart, instead of the fact that less than 24 hours ago, I had no idea my husband was even alive. How is this supposed to feel normal? I can't let myself step into the familiar and forget what Lucas has done to me and Sadie and Oliver. A connection of normality can't erase hours of therapy with my psychologist or the trauma he's caused our family. You know, I could use something to eat if you don't mind, I say, deciding to follow my gut. I just need to run to the restroom. Sure. Do you want me to heat it up for you? It's pasta from a local place. That would be great. When he turns around to go to the fridge, I grab the Faraday bag and hurry to the bathroom. Once inside, I pull out my phone and give it a moment to connect to the cell service. There are several messages I've missed, including ones from Tucker and Melody, but Max is the only one I respond to. I assure him I'm fine and that I'll get the kids as soon as I can. I flush the toilet when another message comes in from him. Are you sure you're okay? Yes, have to take care of some things. I'm sorry. Are they okay? Kids are fine. We're having a good time. Don't worry about them. I'm more worried about you. I'll be careful and explain everything soon. I promise. I slip the phone back in the bag, start to leave the bathroom, then stop as I catch my reflection in the mirror. I've lost weight over the past few months. I can see it in my face and in my jawline, but it's not because I've tried. The emotional toll of everything that's happened since Lucas's supposed death has come close to breaking me. Being a single mom, running an online graphic design business, and making sure things stay afloat at home has been a constant challenge. There have been days when friends and my faith didn't feel like enough to pull me through. And yet I know I've made progress maneuvering through the complicated mess Lucas left me in. I just need to keep myself grounded in reality and not forget how I got here. I hesitate again before tugging on the collar of my shirt to reveal the scar from the bullet wound. It's a persistent reminder of everything that has happened. The injury has challenged me physically. PT wears me out, and if I don't exercise daily, my shoulder and arm become stiff. On top of that, it's going to take weeks to get complete mobility back, assuming I'm able to even get it back. There have also been mental ramifications. I went to my psychologist, Dr. Gabrielli, after I got out of the hospital, in order to deal with the trauma of being shot. I've been seeing her for months now, dealing with the aftershocks of fear and betrayal, thanks to Lucas. I'd never planned to add the effects of gun violence into the mix, but the lingering shock and fear of almost dying are real. I take in a deep breath, then step out of the bathroom, silently praying that God will somehow give me what I need, that the truth, whatever it is, will be clear. When I get back to the main part of the house, Lucas is pulling a couple of water bottles out of the fridge. I quickly drop the bag on the island, then grab the first aid kit. I bring the kit over to the table and tell him to sit down so I can clean up the cut before we eat. He does what I say, then rolls up the bottom of his sleeve so it's out of the way. You're making a big deal out of nothing, he says, holding up his injured hand. It needs to be done. Maybe I am making a big deal out of nothing, but I need the distraction. Something to help me take a step back from what's happening so I can try and see this situation objectively. I pull out some disinfectant and start cleaning the 2-inch-long scratch that's already turned an angry red. His other hand brushes my arm as he shifts in his chair, and I glance up and catch his gaze. Why hadn't I considered how close this was going to require us to be? So much for being objective. I stare at the cut, hating how familiar it feels to be with him. Hating how buried feelings, both good and bad, are competing for attention. At one point I knew, or thought I knew, everything about him. His dream of running a 10K marathon, his affinity for sushi, an intense dislike of anything that has mayo in it. What I didn't know was that he'd been living a double life. It doesn't need stitches, but more than likely it's going to leave a scar, I say, grabbing some ointment. You have your own scar, he says. My hand goes automatically to my shoulder, and I'm frustrated with yet another unwelcome reminder. I told you, Kai shot me. I put on a bandage, needing to be done. The woman who told me she had an affair with you. She lied to you, Riles. You have to believe me. I start to stand up, but he takes my hand and pulls me back down next to him. His face is only inches away, and once again I catch the gray hairs at his temple and the stress lines on his forehead and around his eyes. He's the same man I married, and yet at the same time, I realize I don't know him anymore. He pulls my hand to his chest. Do you know how much I've missed you? How many times I've had to stop myself from picking up the phone, knowing that if I contacted you, it could put you and the kids at risk? It's been a hard year for them, I say, pulling my hand away and scooting my chair back. They miss you. They don't understand what happened or who would hurt you. I've tried to be honest with them without oversharing, but there's always kids at school who hear things from their parents and pass them on. I'm proud of them, though. Despite everything that's happened, they're good kids. They have good hearts. They get that from their mother. I dismiss the compliment. Sadie's involved in a science project this year. She's done a fantastic job with butterflies. Oliver wants to be a football player, but I managed to talk him into soccer instead for now. Ambitious. They both want a dog, but for now, I don't feel like any of us are ready for that kind of responsibility. His gaze softens as he leans toward me, and I know he wants to kiss me. I'm sorry. I stand up quickly, battling my emotions. I saw you die in an explosion. My mind can't work all this out right now. I understand. I catch a hint of disappointment in his eyes as he leans back in his chair. I don't want to assume anything, but having you here with me feels so right. One of my biggest fears in contacting you was not knowing what your reaction would be. You asked me why I'm here. The truth is that, yes, I needed information from you about the flash drive as we try to track down the mole, but there's another reason. The real reason is, I don't want to do this anymore without you. His statement takes me off guard. I want to scream at him that he should have thought of that before, that he should have included me in his decision process. Maybe then we could have avoided all the hurt and loss over the past year. Or maybe nothing would have changed. I lean against the island, afraid of the small talk, afraid of him getting too close. But I need to tell him something. I told you I made a copy of the flash drive. Yes. I gave it to someone. Okay. Who? Tucker Shaw. But that doesn't mean he's a mole. I rush on. I don't know who he passed it on to. Are you in love with him? Does it matter? I counter, not wanting the conversation to shift that way. Of course it matters. Lucas shakes his head. I'm sorry. I know you believed I was dead, but you have to understand that he's not there because he cares about you. His motives are very different. You don't know that. I head to the kitchen sink and start washing my hands, needing to put space between us. You don't know him. Think about it, Riley. A federal agent isn't going to start a relationship with a victim in one of his cases. It would never be allowed. You have to know on some level that he's using you to get information he needs. And you're not? No. I feel my defenses rising. He's always tried to help me. He's keeping you close because he believes you were involved. He's using you as a pawn. I don't have to answer, and I shouldn't be feeling as if I have to defend myself. All I know is that Tucker's a good man. A dark shadow crosses Lucas's expression. I don't blame you for falling for him, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. I force myself to shove away the guilt. Does Tucker know about any of this? Know you're alive? It's possible. I honestly don't know. And you asking me that question tells me you suspect he hasn't been 100% truthful with you. What do you want me to do? He shakes his head. Somehow, I need to figure out how much damage has been done, and, even more important, find out who the mole is. A thud from the front porch shifts both our attention. Someone's here, he says, jumping up from his chair. I move toward the island. Are you expecting someone? No, and Morrison is the only one besides you who knows I'm here. I stare at the door. Maybe his paranoia is on target. We'd been followed at the farmer's market, and then attacked on the road. I'd almost convinced myself that those 2 instances were simply Lucas trying to scare me. Now I'm not so sure. Before either of us have time to react, the sharp thud of a boot against the door is followed by the snapping of wood and the door flying open. I instinctively turn away from the door, knocking a glass off the island in the process. It shatters against the tile floor, and at the same time, I realize who's just broken into the house. Kai O'Neill. 9. The panic I feel at seeing Kai again hits me like a lead weight. The last time I saw her, she was chasing after Tucker and me in a warehouse, where she shot me. This is not a woman I want to cross paths with again. I have no idea if she actually had an affair with Lucas, but what I do know is that both she and the man with her are armed, and she's clearly not afraid to stop anyone who gets in her way. Kai, Lucas says, how did you find us? Kai shakes her head. Imagine my surprise when Joey is following your wife, thanks to a tracking device I put on her phone, and she ends up meeting with you. You're not the only one surprised. I thought you were in prison. And I thought you were dead. You, of all people, should know what I can do, Lucas. I study the gray jacket of the man standing next to her, and realize he's the one who followed us and then shot at us. How long have you been following me? I ask. I look over at the Faraday bag, sickened by the fact that I must have led her here when I turned my phone on in the bathroom. Let's just say I didn't quite believe you when you said you didn't have the money, Kai said. I've had Joey keep tabs on you, and now I'm glad I did, because not only did I just discover that Lucas is alive, but the 2 of you are working together. I don't respond, not sure exactly what to say, but neither do I miss the genuine shock in Lucas's eyes over her arrival. I can't help but wonder how much of Kai's story are lies, or maybe I'm simply trying to once again justify his actions. You're supposed to be in prison after kidnapping and shooting my wife, Lucas says. Unfortunately, there were some complications with my wound care, and I had to go back to the hospital, where, with a bit of hacking, I discovered that it's actually fairly easy to escape. She walks up to Lucas and kisses him on the lips. I missed you. You told your wife about us, didn't you? Stop it, Kai, Lucas says, turning away. What lies did he tell you this time? Kai asks, turning to me. Leave her out of this. It's a little late for the protective husband role, Lucas. Kai nods at Joey, who pulls out 2 chairs from the table and tells us to sit down. My shoes crunch on the broken glass as he pulls zip ties out of his pocket and starts securing my wrists. It's been a while, Riley. How are your kids? Not surprisingly, Kai's sympathetic tone sounds fake as she steps in front of me. I should probably apologize for the gunshot wound. It's not fun, is it? But really, you should have listened to me. In fact, all of this could have been avoided if people would just keep their promises. You mean if people would just do what you say? I counter. She laughs. That too. I wince as Joey pulls my hands together, and a sharp stab of pain shoots through my shoulder. I said leave her out of this, Kai, Lucas repeats. Or what? Kai keeps her gun leveled on Lucas, while Joey finishes securing both of us. Just tell me what you want, Lucas says. For the moment, I want information from you, and Riley is my insurance that you'll talk. Joey shifts the barrel of his handgun toward me. My heart is pounding in my chest. She doesn't have to explain in further detail what she means. I've conveniently become the leverage for Kai in whatever game she's playing. I know she won't hesitate to make good on her threats. There's one other thing I know, and that is, I'm angry. Angry that whether or not Lucas is innocent or guilty, he still dragged me into this and put our children's lives at risk. Again. I'm angry that he didn't come to me at the very beginning. Surely we could have found a way to stop things from going this far. I glance at him from where I'm sitting, and for a brief moment, I see him as that young professional straight out of college. We both had so many hopes and dreams, both career-wise and with our family. The enemy's plan to destroy families is often subtle. Money, power. It's not an overnight decision. It's tiny steps along the way. I don't have an answer, so I start praying while they argue. I don't have the money, Kai, Lucas says. Kai lets out a chuckle. And you expect me to believe that? I catch a look that passes between Lucas and Kai, and I'm not sure what it is. What did she really do for him? I let out a sharp breath and feel my dark thoughts rising again. All the insecurities from Lucas's betrayal flood through my mind. Lucas shrugs. It's the truth. I don't believe you, though I am not sure what I do believe. She cocks her head. Obviously, you didn't die, which means you must have staged your own death. That's very impressive, by the way. What I can't understand is, if you did have the money, why would you still be here and not living it up in some non-extradition country? Lucas raises his brow. I have the same question for you. You just managed to escape from prison, and now the authorities will be looking for you. Why not cut your losses and leave the country? I'm sure you have a nice nest egg hidden away somewhere. All true, but I just couldn't resist the chance of adding another 25 million. Kai rubs the back of her neck and looks toward the kitchen. Do you have anything to drink? It's been a long day. There's some, iced tea and a couple sodas in the fridge, Lucas says. Joey grabs 2 drinks out of the fridge, then walks over to Kai and hands her one. Kai pops the tab and takes a long sip. All that money didn't just vanish. That's at least one thing we can agree on. My mind is working furiously to work out the details, to put the puzzle pieces that I have together, but I still don't know enough. What's the real reason Lucas called me? Something tells me I'm missing something crucial. I might be able to be convinced that you don't have the money. But if you don't have it, and Riley doesn't have it, I'm pretty sure I know who has it, Lucas says. Kai sets her drink on the counter, giving Lucas her complete attention. Who? Owen. Owen. The name is familiar. Owen Pollard? I blurt out. Lucas looks surprised. You know him? I shake my head, not sure how much I should give away. You must have mentioned him at some point. But Lucas isn't the one I heard the name from. Tucker asked me about Owen Pollard. The man's name is listed on the data pulled from Lucas's flash drive. The flash drive I gave Tucker. He told me that Owen Pollard was in the Caribbean with his 6th sister on a medical tourist visa, and that they were still going through evidence and haven't yet been able to connect the man to the missing money. He had motivation, Lucas says. He was an investor who lost money, thanks to you. And he had access to the accounts through his job, Kai says. He could have used firewalls to make sure he could control the money and then transfer it out of the accounts, either offshore or launder it through cryptocurrencies. I also have evidence. Lucas's statement catches my attention. He might not have your hacking skills, but I've discovered he's very apt at both hiding money and lying low. While I don't know a lot about cryptocurrency, I know it's become a haven for illegal activities, and is a relatively easy place to hide funds because the transactions are hard to trace. Where is Owen? Kai asks. He was out of the country for the last few months while his sister got treatment for cancer in the Caribbean. Then a few weeks ago, he went off the radar. And your evidence? It's in my computer bag, Lucas says, on the desk. If this is some kind of trick. Lucas stands up and holds up his bound hands. You have the advantage, Kai, and yet you're still worried about me? Kai frowns, but then nods at Joey to go with him. Lucas catches my gaze, then heads toward the desk. My heart is racing because I have no idea if he's telling her the truth or if this is some crazy plan of his to escape. The last thing I want is to get caught in the crossfire again. Watch him, Kai says, nodding at Joey. It's on a flash drive in my bag, Lucas says. Lucas grabs for something, but when he steps away from the computer bag, it's not a flash drive he's holding. It's a gun. Without hesitating, he swings his bound arms upward, hitting Joey square in the jaw and knocking him off balance. A second hard blow sends the man to the ground, and his weapon across the tile floor. Lucas quickly breaks free from his zip ties in one swift downward motion, then aims his weapon at Kai. Impressive, Kai says, holding her weapon steady at Lucas as Joey tries to sit up. At least the odds are even now, Lucas says. So you were lying about Owen, she asks. I wouldn't say that. I do have evidence, and I have been trying to track him down. You were always such a fool. A fool to think you could take it all for yourself. A fool to walk away from what you had. She shifts her stance until her gun is on me. I should just get rid of both of you. Lucas steps in front of me as Joey sits up. Leave her out of this. Kai laughs. You actually have a bit of chivalry left in you. I'm surprised. I've always seen you as the coward who lied to her and broke her heart, then tried to do the same to me. The difference is, I always saw through your facade. And as far as I'm concerned, you can rot in hell. Kai fires her gun, but Lucas manages to shove me out of the way while pulling his trigger a split second faster. Her bullet hits somewhere behind us. Lucas's bullet hits its target. The entire scene plays out in front of me as if I'm watching some TV show, like I'm having an out-of-body experience, because this can't be real. I stumble backward as my mind races to catch up with what my eyes are seeing. Kai falls to the floor. Joey shouts something as he swipes Kai's fallen gun, but all I really notice is the blood pouring out of Kai's head wound. I force myself to go to Kai, then squat down beside her and feel for a pulse with my bound hands. She's dead. Lucas is still standing a dozen feet away and holding the gun he just fired, but this time it's pointed at Joey, who's now armed. You need to get out of here, Riley, Lucas shouts. I want to run, but I feel frozen. Riley, get out of here, Lucas says, holding his weapon steady. I decide not to wait to be told what to do again. I step over Kai's lifeless body, desperate to wake up from the nightmare. And I run. 10. The car Lucas and I drove here in is still sitting in the driveway. I yank on the handle of the driver's door, but it's locked. I run around to the passenger side and try that door, but it's locked as well. I quickly try the white sedan Kai and Joey came in. Without the keys, I'm not going anywhere. I look back at the house. There's no time to come up with a plan now, except to run and try to find help. Joey has a gun, and if he manages to stop Lucas, he's not going to leave me as a loose end. I run down the tree-lined driveway toward the main road, fighting the nausea while trying to shimmy out of the zip tie, unable to get Kai's image out of my mind. I can't believe she's dead. I also can't ignore the stream of questions going through my mind. Is Lucas really innocent? Had he really done everything for me, like he said? For us? Gravel crunches beneath my tennis shoes as I run along the edge of the drive. And what about the things Lucas said about Tucker? What does that make him? A friend? An enemy? Does he really only see me as a pawn in a bigger game he's determined to win? No. He's one of the good guys. He has to be, because I'm not that naive about people. Or am I? Other questions scramble through my mind as rain starts to fall from darkened clouds overhead. Was Lucas telling the truth about having evidence against Owen Pollard, or was it just a ruse to get to his gun? I hadn't believed Lucas until this point, but he did save my life, pushed me out of the line of fire, stopped Kai. I lean against a tree to catch my breath and look behind me, certain I see movement. I can't win against Joey if that's who's out there. The man is armed, and as angry as I've been at Lucas for the past year for everything that's happened, I don't want to lose him this way. I reach for my phone in my back pocket, then realize I forgot to grab my phone and bag before I ran out of the house, which means there's no way to call 911. Like the car keys, I can't return to the house for either of them. My only option is to get out of the zip tie binding my wrists, then head to town and get help. Lucas had freed himself by raising his hands over his head, then slamming them down toward his hips. My shoulder is already throbbing, but I brace for the pain, following his example. A second later, I'm free. I hear a gunshot as I start to move again. My mind feels like a jumbled mess, and the pain in my shoulder is now almost immobilizing. But I know I have to keep moving. The main road is a couple 100 yards from the house. If I can get there, I can flag down a vehicle. All I know for certain is I need to get as far away from here as possible and get help for Lucas. I stick to the tree-lined edges of the road and head toward town. As long as I keep moving, I'll be okay. I also know I'm running on pure adrenaline, and the overwhelming guilt over leaving Lucas is mixed with fear for my own life. There has to be a way we can both get out of this alive. I hear a rustling sound behind me, but keep moving. My feet crunch on the gravel, while pain radiates from my shoulder. It hasn't healed enough to be completely pain-free. Every step, every breath is a reminder of where I am, and that I just saw someone die. I finally glance behind me and see movement again in the trees. It's Joey. He's running across the driveway looking for me. Lightning strikes, lighting up the sky. I shiver as water runs down my collar, but I can barely feel it thanks to the numbing pain of my shoulder. I hear a shout and slide behind a tree, crouching for cover. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat. I don't know if he's seen me, but I can hear him getting closer. He isn't even trying to be quiet as he runs through the fallen leaves. I look around me. There's no good place to hide, and the trees and brush aren't enough to cover me. Not if he gets close, and when he finds me. I press my back against the tree, listening for his approach. He must be standing still now because I don't hear his footsteps anymore. I take a chance and look behind me. I see Joey again, but this time he's headed around the other side of the property, so I start moving again. I don't know how long I've been running. I've tried to pay attention, but I have no idea where I am. I see a house a couple 100 feet ahead of me and decide to head there. They'll have a phone to call 911. I haven't seen any signs of Joey again, but I have no doubt he's out there searching for me. I run up the front porch steps and bang on the door, but no one answers. I look through the front window and don't see anyone. There's no car in the drive. I glance in the direction I came from. I can't go back that way. I have to keep heading toward town. I'm wet from the rain when I finally hear the motor of a car coming behind me. Knowing it's a risk, I step to the side and flag it down. It flies by without even slowing. I could stop at another house along the road, but they're few and far between, surrounded by at least an acre of land, and all of them are set back from the road. I feel trapped, unable to think clearly through my options. Another car appears on the horizon. Once again, I step to the side of the road. I hold up my hands and signal them to stop. This time, the driver stops. He rolls down his window and asks me if I'm okay. I don't even answer. I just run up to the front passenger side. He unlocks it, and I slide in. "Are you okay?" he asks again. "No, please. I need you to take me to the police station. And I need a phone." I glance behind me. "Please, please, just go." The man looks like he's in his late 60s, wearing blue jeans and an old plaid shirt. He pulls back onto the road and hands me a phone. "You're welcome to use it." "Thank you." I glance in the rearview mirror, still convinced Joey is after me. But when I stare at the phone, I realize I don't have any of my numbers. I can't call Tucker. No one knows where I am. My phone is still somewhere inside that Faraday bag, so he can't even track me. "Do you want to tell me what's going on?" the man asks. "I don't know." "Is someone after you?" "Yes." "Can you tell me where you're coming from?" I realize I don't have the address of where I was, and I don't know where I am now. "I don't know. What's the nearest town?" "Marble Falls." "How far?" I ask. "To the police station?" "Yes." I drop the phone into my lap. 10 minutes. We're a small town, but we've got a good police department. They'll be able to help you." I nod. My hands are shaking, and I notice there's blood on the bottom of my pant leg. "How far to Austin?" "A good hour and a quarter without traffic, but I can't—" "No, I'm not asking you to take me there. It's fine." "I wish my wife was here with me. She's better at dealing with emergencies. She was a nurse for 30 years and just recently retired. I spend most of my time dealing with broken-down tractors and farm animals." "It's fine. Thank you for picking me up." "There's a jacket behind you. You're welcome to take it." I tell him thank you again and pull it off the back seat, wincing at the movement. I hadn't realized just how cold I was, or that my shirt is soaked through from the rain. 10 minutes later, according to the clock on the dash, the man pulls into the parking lot of the police station. "Do you want me to come in with you?" he asks. "No, I'll be fine," I say, dropping his phone into the console between us. "Are you sure?" I start to give him the coat, but he motions for me to keep it. I don't argue, just slip out of the truck and wait for him to drive away. Standing outside the police station, I suddenly feel completely alone and wish I'd asked the man to come inside with me. Somehow, I didn't even get his name. I glance up at the American flag that's flying above the small building. 3 police cars sit outside in the parking lot. This is definitely not Austin. I hesitate before going inside, but it's not like I have any other options. I head toward the glass doors before I chicken out and change my mind. Inside is a long wooden counter with a middle-aged woman staring at a computer screen. I hesitate again in the doorway, then walk up to her. "Can I help you, ma'am?" She's not frowning at me, but she's not quite smiling either. I close my eyes for a moment, reminding myself why I'm here. Do I just tell her that my dead husband showed up, brought me here, then shot the woman who had once shot me? That now I'm afraid he might be dead as well? How in the world am I supposed to explain without her thinking I'm crazy? "Ma'am, are you okay?" I look down at my hands and pants and see the spots of blood again. My clothes are soaked, and I know I look like a mess. "No, I'm not okay. I need to report a shooting and a possible murder." 11. The woman behind the station's front desk doesn't react for what feels like a full minute after I blurt out my problem, but in reality, I'm sure it's just a few seconds. I pushed my damp hair back, wishing I had something to tie it up with, as I watch her take in my ragged appearance. "Are you all right, ma'am?" I open my mouth, then shut it again. Why hadn't I thought through what I was going to tell the police once I got here? "Ma'am, are you all right?" she repeats. "Can you tell me what happened?" "Yes, but it's complicated." I lean forward against the desk, trying to mask the panic in my voice. What's your name? She asks. Riley. Riley Bishop. Listen, Riley, if you'll have a seat, I'll get one of our officers. I sit down like I'm told on one of the plastic chairs lined up against the wall. I stare at the floor, seeing only the broken tile at my feet as my mind works to come up with an explanation as to what happened. The only positive thing I can think of is that I'm safe for the moment, and Sadie and Oliver are safe. But Lucas... Before today, the last time I'd seen him had been almost a year ago in a hotel parking lot. He'd been walking to his car, and I had hurried toward him, needing to talk to him before he drove away. He got in, and I felt the explosion before I saw it. One moment, Lucas's car was there, and the next moment, it was nothing more than a ball of flames and smoke. That explosion set off a chain of events that changed my life forever. Lucas was declared dead. I became a widow, and my kids lost their father. I still don't know how to reconcile the fact that he's alive. A uniformed officer walks up to me. She's older than I am by a few years. Her dark hair is pulled back in a tight bun, and I'm pretty sure I catch a glimpse of compassion in her eyes. At least I hope that's what I'm seeing. My name is Officer Kara Trent. I'm sorry for the wait. It's fine, I say, standing up, glad to be pulled away from the unwelcome memories. If you'll come with me to our interview room, we can talk privately. I follow her into a room that's been set up adjacent to the lobby. The space is small and simply furnished, but it's also inviting. A look at her badge, though, reminds me I'm not here for pleasantries. She motions for me to sit beneath the window. Your name is Riley Bishop? She asks, setting down the pad of paper and pen she's carrying. I nod. Do you have any ID on you? No. I drum my fingers on the table. I left my bag and phone back at the house. I understand that you saw someone shot? I hesitate. I was with my husband in the house he is renting on the outskirts of town. 2 people showed up. They were both armed, and my husband shot the woman in self-defense. Do you live at the house as well? She asks. No. She looks up at me. Why is your husband renting a house in town? I squeeze my eyes shut for a moment. I know you have to have a lot of questions, but the woman shot was Kai O'Neill. She recently escaped from prison, and I'm worried because I think my husband might have been shot as well by her partner. She called him Joey. Might have been shot? My mind feels scrambled as I speak. After I ran out of the house, I heard a gunshot, and then Joey came out looking for me. Can you give me a description of this armed man? The woman scribbles a few more notes as I describe him, then looks up at me again. Can you give me the address of where you were when these shootings took place? I know this all sounds confusing, I say. I don't know exactly where I was. Like I said, it's a place my husband has been staying. Her eyebrows raise. So you're separated? You could say that. What's your husband's name? Lucas Bishop. The woman scrunches her nose and sits back in her chair. I've heard that name before. Wasn't he connected to an embezzlement case out of Austin, but then died in an explosion? I reach up and rub my temples. How am I supposed to make her understand that, yes, he was killed? Or at least I thought he died, and now someone might have shot him. I didn't know he was alive until today. So you're telling me he didn't really die in that explosion? I glance at the door, knowing now I shouldn't have come, because I can see how this looks through her eyes. A woman shows up, no ID, claims she saw a crime but doesn't know where it took place. I've become nothing more than a liar, or at best, an unreliable witness. Why didn't you just call 911 from where you were? She asks. Your phone would have transmitted your location. All I could think about was getting out of there. And then you kept running because someone, this Joey, came after you. I catch her gaze, realizing how desperate I sound. I know none of this makes sense. It doesn't even make sense to me. And I don't know how to explain it without sounding crazy, but I'm really not. Everything I've said is true. And you think this Joey shot your husband? All I know for sure is that there was a shot, and then Joey came after me. I managed to get picked up by someone who brought me to town so I could get help, but I don't know the address of the house. I try to reel in my thoughts. I know she's not convinced I'm telling the truth. I can see both the doubt and confusion in her eyes, but I don't know how to better explain what happened. Unless... I lean forward. I need you to call someone for me. He's a deputy with the U.S. Marshals. His name is Tucker Shaw. He'll be able to vouch for me, and even explain some of this. The officer frowns. A deputy U.S. Marshal? Yes. I'm not sure I understand. Her frown deepens. Do you have his number? In my phone, I say. Except I don't have my phone. He's in Austin, I say. He should be easy to track down. She pulls a second pen out of her pocket, drops it next to a printed form, and stands up. Fill out what you can, and I'll be back in a few minutes. We need to find my husband. My hand is shaking as I pick up the pen. If he was shot... I understand that, ma'am. But without knowing where your husband is, I don't have a way to help him. I watch her leave, tempted to bolt. The frustration feels like a chokehold, but I know running isn't going to help things. If anything, it will only make me seem more guilty than I already do. I push through the frustration and start filling out the form. I'm halfway through when Officer Trent returns. Mrs. Bishop, I'm going to need you to come with me. I stand up. Okay. The sense of déjà vu is eerie as she leads me down a narrow hallway toward the other end of the station to another small room. Have a seat. Officer Trent points at a hard, straight-backed chair, and I sit down across from the one-way mirror. There's nothing welcoming or relaxing about this room, and I know they're watching me. Even though I came to them, they're gauging my reaction to the situation, looking for signs of anxiety and fear and guilt. I'm sure they see all of those. Not only am I terrified, but I feel guilty. For turning Lucas in, for not stopping a murder, for being so naive. On an episode of NCIS, watching the scripted interrogation is a fascinating game of chess between a suspect and an experienced investigator. For those characters, the outcome is already decided. The guilty suspect will pay, after a few tense rounds of dialogue and a handful of red herrings thrown in to thicken the plot. It's entertaining and impersonal. But I've been here before, and that's partly what terrifies me. Just a few short months ago, after Sadie was kidnapped. Do you have any leads on my daughter? Right now, we need to ask some questions about your husband. Lucas. I shake my head. I don't want to talk about him. I just want to find my daughter, and this is wasting time. My husband is dead, and his investigation has been closed for months. The person who murdered him was arrested and is awaiting trial. My voice is starting to match the franticness I'm feeling. You have his confession. So what has changed? Detective Ware opens the file in front of her and looks at it, ignoring my question. Lucas Bishop was brought in for questioning last spring, after allegedly defrauding millions of dollars from investors. According to the DA's report, he made false statements to numerous individuals in order to solicit investments. On top of that, there's evidence that the money embezzled can be tied to numerous criminal activities. I try to suppress my frustration, but I'm angry. Every second sitting here is a second taken away from finding my daughter. I know what my husband was being arrested for. What I don't understand is what this has to do with my daughter, who, in case you forgot, is missing. Your husband made a lot of enemies. Every instinct inside of me tells me to run, but instead, I force myself to answer. I wasn't involved in my husband's dealings. I don't know his clients or who he worked with. That was all part of the court case against him. Before he was murdered. The DA was about to issue a federal warrant and indictment for wire fraud, money laundering, securities fraud, and conspiracy to commit securities fraud, Detective Ware continues. And even with his death, the authorities are still working to find those he defrauded, as well as the missing money. The detective who had been standing behind her sits down across from me, then presses his hands against the table. You said you were not involved in your husband's dealings, and you told prosecutors that you in fact had no idea of his involvement until you found files on his computer and decided to turn him in to the authorities. When did you first find out about your husband's alleged illegal dealings? I'm assuming all that is in the file in front of you. I know I sound belligerent, but I'm angry. Why did you go to the feds and turn in evidence against your husband? The door to the interrogation room opens, pulling me back to the present. I have no idea how much time has passed. 2 plainclothes officers step inside and sit down across from me. There are no friendly smiles this time, no offers to make me feel more comfortable. The law might say innocent until proven guilty, but right now I'm convinced they all believe I'm lying. Barely 24 hours ago, I thought Lucas was dead, and the investigation had been finalized. Today, I'm sitting in front of them with blood on my pants and as many questions as they have. I really have no idea what's true and what isn't, except for the fact that Kai is dead, and Lucas might be as well. The man is in his mid-50s, with graying temples and black-framed glasses too big for his face. His partner is 20 years younger and wearing a navy blue tailored suit. Her blonde hair is tied back in a neat ponytail, and her makeup is subtle. The thought crosses my mind that we might have been friends in another life. But she's frowning as she opens a file while avoiding my gaze. We need to establish why you're here, Riley Bishop, she begins. You told Officer Trent that your husband is Lucas Bishop? I stare at the table, realizing I'm just digging myself a deeper hole. According to our records, Lucas Bishop was about to be arrested when he was killed in an explosion. She's still frowning as she looks up at me. And you found out today that he's actually alive. Instead of feeling like I'm doing them a favor by reporting a dead body, her expression verifies my fear that I'm here as a suspect. Yes, I managed to say. And not just that he's alive, but that he shot and killed someone? It was self-defense. I was there. Where did this happen? I don't know the address. Not far from town. Maybe 15 minutes from here. I got a ride from a man in a truck. Do you know his name? No. But what I do know is that a woman is dead, and my husband's life is in danger. I shake my head. I'm not trying to be difficult. I came to you, and I tried to explain to Officer Trent that this is an emergency. I was with my husband in a house he's renting on the outskirts of town. 2 people showed up. They were armed. The woman was shot in self-defense by my husband. But you don't know where this house is? I look away. No. I told Officer Trent I need to call someone who will help explain everything. Tucker Shaw? The man asks, looking at his notes. Yes, he's a U.S. Marshal. He knows Lucas's case inside and out, and he can vouch for me. Why didn't Lucas come here with you? I lean forward, fighting to keep the fear out of my voice. Because he told me to run, which I did. I don't know if he's still at the house, or even if he's still alive. A knock on the door shifts my attention as someone else steps into the room. I'm Tucker Shaw, with the U.S. Marshal Service. I need to talk with your witness. Alone. 12. Tucker, I can't believe you came. I don't care who's watching or how inappropriate my actions might be. As soon as we're alone, I jump up from my chair, throw myself into his arms, and let him hold me for a moment. I can feel his breath on my neck, and for a moment, I feel safe again. Are you okay? He asks. I take a step back and look down at my blood-stained pants. I think I'm in trouble. I think they believe I had something to do with a murder. Kai O'Neill is dead. Lucas shot her, but it was self-defense, Tucker. I was there. The department here got a hold of me. I came immediately. I'm so sorry. I should have come to you from the beginning. My lashes are wet with tears as I look up at him. I didn't know what to do. "You're going to have to catch me up," he says, motioning for me to sit down. "All I really know is that Lucas is alive and Kai is dead." Lucas was trying to protect me, and now I don't know if he's alive. Kai came with another man, Joey. I heard a gunshot when I ran out of the house. "So you're afraid Joey shot Lucas?" "Yes, because then Joey came outside to find me. I don't know where Lucas is." He sits down across from me. "You know I'll do everything possible to protect you, but you can't keep anything from me." "I know." I hear the concern in his voice, but I'm not sure how much influence he actually has on my situation. A red light from a camera is blinking on the wall, and I catch the reflection of the two of us in the one-way mirror. A shiver runs through me as I realize that no matter how much he wants to help me, I'm really on my own. I let out a sharp breath. He'll always be, and rightly so, a man who will uphold the law and keep his oath as a deputy. I can't fault him for that, but I also can't trust him to have my best interests at heart. On top of that, he might have feelings for me, but he doesn't owe me anything. If I've learned anything over the past year, it's that life can change in an instant. And part of that change right now, assuming Lucas is still alive, is that I'm still married. "Let's start at the beginning," he says, leaning forward. "Why didn't you tell me Lucas called you?" It was the question I knew he was going to ask me. I shake my head, feeling guilty, and yet, at the same time, I know I would do the same thing if faced with the situation again. We're not on the same side. I needed answers before I came to you. "Why would you say that? I've always been on your side." Tucker starts to take my hand, but then pulls back. He's here because this is his job. I'm here because I decided to hear Lucas out. I can't even go down the path of wondering what comes next after we find out what happened to Lucas. Right now, I have to focus on finding the truth. "What did he say to you, Riley?" Tucker asks. "He told me he's working with the FBI, I blurt out. "I met his handler. He's working to not just track down the embezzled money he was framed for stealing, but to build a case against the organization that's connected with Kruger." "Wait, he told you all of that?" I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. He said there's a mole in law enforcement who is reporting to Kruger's organization. It's why he's been staying under the radar. "Hold on." Tucker picks up his phone and starts typing. "Do you have the name of his handler?" I nod. "Craig Morrison." Tucker sends the message, then turns back to me. "How did he meet Morrison?" "From what I understand, Lucas knew funds were being embezzled from his company, and he decided to go to the feds. He knew he was being framed, so he decided to disappear." "You're telling me that someone in the FBI helped him fake his death?" "Yeah. He said there's only a few people in law enforcement who know the truth for security reasons." Tucker shakes his head. "That doesn't make sense. I've been working on tracking down Kruger and his organization for months. If there's another team involved in the same thing, why wouldn't I know about it?" "If they're trying to find out who's passing on information to Kruger and his people, it makes sense that this has been kept off the radar." "Maybe." Tucker taps his fingers on the desk, staring past me. "Why come to you?" he asks. "Lucas said that when you started digging into the profiles on the drive, the mole realized law enforcement now had that information. Apparently there are several undercover FBI agents in Kruger's organization. Their names are on that flash drive as well." "So now the lives of those undercover agents are in danger." Tucker combs his fingers through his hair, then leans back in his chair. "You do know how crazy this sounds." "Trust me, I do. And I'm also truly sorry. Sorry I didn't come to you. Sorry I didn't handle things differently. I was so thrown off by Lucas's phone call, and then seeing him. It's been a lot to take in. Tucker's frown deepens. What are you thinking? I ask. Honestly? I nod. I think Lucas is manipulating you, using you to get what he wants, just like he's always done. I don't know how he lost access to the money, but if he's alive and still around, he's after that $25 million. I hesitate, not wanting to argue with him, but I'm also desperate to make him understand what I'm still processing. What Lucas told me today explains so many things. What if he never sold me out? What if all this time he really was trying to protect me? By becoming some government spy on a secret assignment? Tucker shakes his head. That's pretty far-fetched. Not a spy, I snap back, but helping bring down Kruger. Here's the problem, Tucker says. We've been digging into this since we received the call from this station. We can't find any proof that Lucas is telling the truth. No evidence at all. Like there was no evidence I was drugged at the gala? I counter. Tucker frowns. That's different. Why? I shake my head. It makes sense that only a few people know what he's doing. Of course that's what he would tell you. He has a reason or an excuse for everything he's done, but all he's ever accomplished is hurting you. I hear the frustration in Tucker's voice and read the doubt in his eyes. I get it. We've been here before. Me not coming to him, not trusting him. But this is different. Or at least that's what I want to believe. I've given him all my excuses for Lucas, but I'm caught in the middle of a situation I don't know how to handle. Both of them can't be right. And on top of that, I'm worried that Lucas's life could be in danger. I let out a sharp breath. Lucas led me to believe that Tucker could be the mole, that the only reason he's getting close to me and the kids is to get information for law enforcement, and possibly for Kruger himself. Yet all Tucker has done is help me, and I'll never be able to believe it's all an act. Lucas, on the other hand, did betray me. If everything Lucas has told me is true, why didn't he come to me months ago? Why wasn't I ever part of the conversation in deciding how we would handle the situation? Why did he make all his decisions on his own? Still, the problem is that I can't prove Lucas is telling the truth, just like I can't prove that Tucker isn't the mole. So who am I supposed to trust? I squirm in my chair. The room is too warm, and beads of sweat have started to form on the back of my neck. All I really know is that a woman is dead, and I've been dragged into something I don't have answers for. So what's the way out? How did I get to a point where telling the truth makes me look guilty? Where wanting to trust someone I loved for years is the wrong choice? That last reality smarts. I think of how far Oliver and Sadie and I have come. I can't let them lose their mother as well as their father. I had seen the doubt in the officers' eyes. They didn't believe my story. They didn't believe me. There is one thing I think we can both agree on, Tucker says, breaking the awkward silence between us. Whoever is behind this is powerful. You know as well as I do that they've hidden evidence and framed innocent people. That's my point, I say, catching his gaze. What if Lucas didn't do it? What if all this time he's been trying to fix things, to find out the truth? Do you really believe that? Have you already forgotten the list of felonies the DA was ready to bring against him? They had solid evidence against him. I frown. I can't explain any of that. I just know what he told me. Riley, he's gotten to you, just like he wanted. Maybe he was once a good man, but not anymore. Not after what he did to you. He staged his death and left you and the kids with nothing. He did it to protect me. Don't you understand? Everything he's done has been to protect me and Sadie and Oliver. Tucker holds up his hands. If what you're saying is true, then Lucas needs to come in. We can protect him. I don't think he wants your protection. But even if he did, I've told you, I don't know where he is. I catch his frustrated sigh, and suddenly something clicks. You think I'm protecting him, don't you? I shake my head. You and your superiors think I know where he is, and they've sent you to convince me to tell. I want to believe you, Riley. I want to believe you. Not, I believe you. I honestly don't know where he is, Tucker. Tell your superiors what you want. They don't have to believe me, but it's the truth. I'm still trying to read his expression when a message comes in on his phone. He reads the text, pushes his chair back, and stands up. I need to make a phone call. As he leaves the room, I fear my actions have pushed me into a corner with no escape. 13. Tucker slammed the door of the interrogation room harder than he meant to, but he was angry. Angry that Riley hadn't come to him in the beginning. Angry that Lucas was clearly trying to manipulate her again. Angry that this drama was coming between him and the woman he loved. Yes, he loved her. But now, apparently, she was still married. Can I help you, sir? Tucker turned to the young intern who had taken him to Riley when he first arrived. His head hurt, and the buzzing office noise wasn't helping. It's Danielle, right? She nodded. I need to make a phone call. Is there somewhere private I can go? I can put you in our conference room, she said, motioning for him to follow her. Would you like some coffee? That would be great, thank you. She took him to a small room with a long table and half a dozen chairs. It was a stark contrast from the interrogation room where Riley was currently sitting, where the entire setup was meant to keep suspects and persons of interest on edge. He shut the door behind him and started to make the call, then paused. He needed to take a few breaths. Figure out how in the world they'd gotten to this place. Ruby had told him that he needed to give Riley the benefit of the doubt, but at this point he wasn't sure he could do that. It was true that nothing about this was directly her fault. In fact, he was very aware that finding out Lucas was alive had been a shock to her. He got that. What he couldn't understand was why she was so determined to defend Lucas. Simply giving her grace right now wasn't going to cut it. Not if she was going to blindly trust the man. He stepped in front of the large window that overlooked the back parking lot, needing to organize his thoughts. There were plenty of facts he did know, like the fact that there was a connection between the millions that had been embezzled and Jace Kruger. Tucker's team had found evidence that money from Lucas's investment company had been laundered and then funneled into Kruger's organization. That made sense. Tucker himself had been involved in chasing Kruger and his network for months. He'd seen the havoc Kruger had wreaked, seen the victims. Young girls who should be going to school and having fun with their friends, not being groomed and put up for sale. What they hadn't been able to do was find Kruger. Every time authorities got close, the man managed to vanish and then reappear somewhere else, usually with a new name, new identity, and new look. They didn't even know what the man looked like. And now Riley was telling him that Lucas wasn't a part of the problem, but a hero. No, he wasn't going to buy that. Not after everything Lucas had done to Riley. Tucker didn't care what his reasons or excuses were. A man didn't leave his wife in the dark like Lucas had done. He didn't fake his death and leave his family completely alone. Not without a very, very good reason. And as far as he was concerned, Lucas Bishop didn't have one. He tapped his fingers on the windowsill, still frowning. He knew there were times when agencies didn't communicate with each other. There was often so much going on that wires got crossed and messages weren't passed on. But everything Lucas had done was inexcusable as far as he was concerned, and he wasn't going to blame it on the lack of interagency communication. And as for a mole, he wouldn't be surprised if Lucas had tried to convince Riley that he was the mole. It made sense, and would have given Riley a motive for not coming to him. But did she really believe that? He pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed Ruby's number, working to keep his mind in check. "Ruby, hey," he said as soon as his partner answered. "I've got Blackwell with me here on speakerphone," Ruby said. Tucker pulled out one of the chairs and sat down. "Were you able to find anything about the name I sent you?" "Craig Morrison? We did. I was able to call in a few favors," Tucker's boss said. "We've confirmed that Lucas was telling the truth about Morrison. He has been working as his handler." Tucker shook his head. "How is that possible? Why didn't we know about this?" "That I can't explain, other than there's a suspected mole and they were trying to keep a tight circle of those involved." "Anything else?" "Kai O'Neill escaped from prison last night. A statewide manhunt has been activated to find her." "According to Riley," Tucker said, "she's dead. Lucas shot her in self-defense." "Where is Lucas?" Ruby asked. "Riley insists she doesn't know. She managed to escape the house they were at, heard another shot. She thinks Kai's partner might have shot Lucas." "So we don't even know if Lucas is dead or alive?" Ruby asked. "No, we don't." "Has anyone been able to prove any of this?" "She isn't sure where the house is. Lucas was renting it. And when she left, she was running and was eventually picked up by a motorist." Tucker rubbed the back of his neck, realizing how ridiculous what he was saying must sound. "There's more. She said Lucas told her that there's a second list of names on that flash drive we have. A list of feds who are working undercover in Kruger's organization." "IT found more names a couple days ago," Blackwell said. "Morrison just confirmed it. He's trying to contact them. And now that we know who those names are, more than likely so does the other side, if there really is a mole." Tucker leaned against the table, feeling like everything was spiraling out of control. "That puts Riley 2 for 2, and implies that Lucas is telling the truth," Ruby said. "We need to find him." "Agreed. But Shaw, you're not the person I want involved in this case," Blackwell said. "I'm already here. I'd like to see if we can find the house where she was with Lucas. There will be evidence there, and even if Lucas is gone, we know that's the last place he was seen. It's a place to start." "Can you do this without making it personal?" Tucker swallowed hard. If he was honest, he wasn't sure, but there was no way he was going to back out. "I can do my job, sir." "You better, because we need to bring Lucas Bishop in and contain this situation before things spiral further." There was a knock on the door as Tucker ended the call, and Danielle stepped inside. "I brought you some coffee, sir. Light sugar and milk. I hope that's okay." "It's fine, thank you." She handed him the cup, and he took a sip. It was bitter and lukewarm, but hopefully the caffeine would give his brain a much-needed boost. "Is there any way you can get Riley Bishop some dry clothes?" "I think so. We're about the same size. Anything else?" "Yes, I need a map of the town. A physical map, though, not digital." "I'll find one," she said, heading for the door. "Danielle, have you lived here long?" She turned around. "I was born and raised here." "Good. I need to go grab something out of my car. But I think you should be able to help Riley narrow down where the shooting took place. I'll meet you in the interrogation room." "Yes, sir." 10 minutes later, Tucker stepped back inside the interrogation room. Riley was dressed in a clean pair of jeans, sneakers, and a button-down shirt. There were still signs of tears on her face, but he could tell that she had resolved to put the emotions aside and do what had to be done. He sat down across from her. As much as he wanted to pull her into his arms and tell her everything would be okay, right now he had a job to do. Danielle came in behind him, holding up a map of the town. Tucker thanked her, then dropped the map onto the table in front of Riley. I need you to try and think through where you went when you arrived in Marble Falls. Any landmarks that you might have seen. A description of the road the house was on. Approximately how far you ran. Riley stared at the map. I wish I'd paid more attention to where we were. But I do know that when we came into Marble Falls, we headed east. What do you remember about the area? Tucker asked. Winding roads, trees, and lots of open spaces. Tucker looked at Danielle. Anything more specific? She asked. Maybe the name of a road, or a unique landmark? The houses were spread out. Riley stared at the map. And I remember we passed a couple of ranches. Good. Arrow Ranch, I think, was one of them? What else? Tucker pressed. There was a mailbox in front of the house. It was painted red, white, and blue, with a star like the Texas flag. Danielle pointed to a road on the map east of town. It has to be along this area. There aren't a lot of houses along that stretch. It should be fairly easy to locate. Perfect. Riley, I'd like you to come with me so you can verify we're at the right place. Of course. Tucker turned to Danielle. I'll take Riley in my car, but I'll need a squad car with me for backup. Yes, sir, Danielle said, standing up. I'll make sure someone's ready to go right away. 14. It took less time than I thought it would to find the house. I see the mailbox first, and motion to Tucker that we found it. He turns into the driveway and then pulls up and stops in front of the place that just a few hours ago Lucas brought me to. I shiver, not from the cold, but from a very real fear of what we're going to find inside. You're sure this is it? Tucker asks, parking close to the house. Yes, I nod. Both cars are gone. I let out a sharp sigh of relief. I know for a fact that Kai is dead. But as for Lucas, if he drove away from here, that has to mean he's alive. We've already communicated with surrounding medical facilities to contact us with reports of any gunshot wounds, and they have descriptions of both men. Tucker opened his car door. I need you to wait here while we go inside. Tucker heads to the house with the 3 officers who came with us. I don't know how to process my anxiety. I realize I don't want to go into the house, but I'm also not comfortable staying out here by myself. Fear isn't new to me by any means. It has challenged my faith, and even has me questioning God's ability to redeem this situation. I've learned, though, over the past few months, that the spiritual battle is real, and I have to take my thoughts, and the lies that come with them, captive. I've also learned that God's faithfulness doesn't change just because my situation has changed. Now I just need to hold on to that, even when I feel as if everything is slipping away, like I do right now. A minute later, Tucker exits the house, strides across the driveway to the car, and then pulls open my door. You're sure this is the right place? Definitely, I say, getting out of the car. Why? There's no sign of Kai. I drop my hands to my sides, then stare at the house. I don't understand. The front door was clearly kicked in at some point, but there's no sign of a struggle inside. No blood, no sign of Kai or Lucas. Nothing. She was here. Lucas shot her and she was lying on the floor when I left, just like I told you. And you're sure she was dead? I nod. I checked her pulse. My mind pulls up the memory, and I squeeze my eyes shut. I realize it's something I'm going to have to work through with my therapist. But for now, those feelings are going to have to stay buried, because I need to stay focused. I need you to come show me exactly what happened. Returning inside feels unsettling, but I've had enough of people messing with my mind and my memories. I know what happened here, and I'm determined to prove to Tucker that I'm telling the truth. It's not an illusion created by my mind. One of the officers hands me a pair of covers to put over my shoes at the front door. Dead body or not, they're clearly treating this as a crime scene. I step into the house and take in the space. Tucker was right. There's no body on the floor. No evidence of anything that happened when I was here. Even the computer and the papers that were on the desk have conveniently disappeared. I don't understand, but there has to be an explanation. And there has to be evidence that Lucas was here, because it would be impossible to erase all that. Wouldn't it? He must have been prepared to run, I say. I never went into the bedroom, but his things are gone from the desk. Walk me through what happened, Tucker says. Step by step. Everything you or Lucas touched while you were here. I can't tell if he believes me, but there's no accusation in his eyes. Instead, his manner is one that is super focused on doing his job. For the moment, I'm not a love interest, or even a friend. I'm a person of interest in a murder investigation. Lucas brought me here so we could talk in private. The scene starts replaying in my mind. He's been staying here the past few weeks. He offered me something to eat. He had a laptop, papers, and files on the desk. Nothing personal that I saw in this living area. I noticed that he'd cut the back of his hand, and I told him it needed to be cleaned. He told me there was a first aid kit under the sink. I went to get it while he heated up some takeout. Okay, Tucker says. What happened next? My gaze shifts to the large island. He'd put my phone in a Faraday bag so we couldn't be tracked on our way here. But I felt like I needed to check in on the kids and give Max an update. I told Lucas I had to go to the bathroom, and I took the phone with me. Far as I know, he didn't notice. Max texted that the kids were fine. I promised I would explain everything as soon as I could. I returned to the kitchen and started cleaning his hand. It doesn't need stitches, but more than likely it's going to leave a scar. You have your own scar. Kai shot me. The woman who told me she had an affair with you. She lied to you, Riles. You have to believe me. I clear my throat and turn back to Tucker. We sat at the table there, talked for a few minutes. I'm unable to stop the moments from replaying. Do you know how much I've missed you? How many times I've had to stop myself from picking up the phone? I push away my conversation with Lucas and force myself to focus. Then Kai showed up. Joey, her muscle, kicked down the door. They both had handguns. She said she'd set up some kind of tracking device on my phone. It must have started tracking again when I called Max. Do you think she knew Lucas was alive? No, not before today. You could tell she was as surprised as I was. I turned to where Kai's body had fallen onto the tile. There was a small mat on the floor. Her head struck it instead of the tile when she got hit by the bullet, but it's gone now. I need you to check here for blood, Tucker says to one of the officers, then turns back to me. What else? I knocked a glass off the table, and it broke all over the floor. I step toward the island, then kneel down. There's a shard of glass wedged underneath the counter. Tucker motions me to move back and has one of the officers bag it. Anything else? He asks. I turn around slowly. He warmed up pasta for us in the microwave. Tucker strides across the room and opens the microwave door just as one of the officers calls him back over to where Kai had fallen. There's evidence of blood spatter here, sir, and also evidence that there was a small mat under her head, the officer says. I want to scream, I told you so, but instead I just stand there. Tucker must read something in my expression because he walks over to me. I never doubted what you saw, Riley. Well, I kind of have a track record of not being able to prove my side of the story. I say, appreciating the sentiment, yet not convinced I believe him. Still, there's proof of everything I've told him so far. "We found a bag and a cell phone," one of the officers says, walking up to us. "Those are mine," I say, taking them. "Where did you find them?" "In the bedroom." "Strange." I shake my head. I never went back there. For another 10 minutes, I watch them continue to sweep the house, determined not to let my mind dive off the deep end. Instead, I pray that the fear and panic won't suck me in again. "Your story matches up perfectly with the scene," Tucker says finally. "Any other bloodstains?" I ask. "Not that we found initially, but a forensic team is on its way right now." "I'm glad," I say, truly relieved. But that doesn't explain who cleaned things up. And we don't know if Lucas is alive. And why erase the evidence in the first place? It really can't be covered up. I was here. I'm the witness. The thought is terrifying. "I don't know," Tucker says. "Do you think Lucas was telling the truth? That he's working with the feds?" Tucker looks past me without giving me a response. "Tucker?" I study his gaze, certain he's holding back information from me. But I can't fault him for that. This is his job, and he doesn't owe me any answers. "Why don't you come outside with me for a moment?" He leads me on to the balcony. The stunning view somehow manages to relax me a bit. It's a subtle reminder that the Creator God is still in control, even when my world feels like it's spinning out of control. If only I can hold on to that reality. "I'm sorry," I blurt out. "I know you're frustrated with me." "I'm the one who's sorry. About all this. I can't even begin to understand what you must be feeling right now. If the roles were reversed, I don't know what I would think. I know what it feels like to want someone you love to still be alive, no matter what the circumstances." I appreciate his understanding that this isn't easy for me. "I'm sorry I didn't come to you when he first called me," I say. "I might not have made the right decision, but I did what I thought I had to do at the moment." "I get it. I really do." I study his familiar face, struck not only by how much we've gone through together, but with how much has changed now. "I'm scared, Tucker," I tell him. "I don't know what's going on, or what happened after I left. Kai is dead, and I heard another gunshot, but I don't know where Lucas is, or if he's even alive." "This is a lot to process, but there's something else." I'm unsure if I'm ready for whatever he's about to tell me, but it's not as if things can get worse. Or can they? Tucker leans back against the railing. "We have evidence that Lucas was telling the truth about working with the feds." I shake my head. "Really?" Tucker nods. Deep down, I think I wanted to believe him. It still all seems so... I search for the right word. I don't know, bizarre, to think he was actually working with law enforcement. I still have so many questions. "I know, and so do we. Which is why, in the meantime, I want you and the kids to stay at a safe house that's been arranged for you." "Tucker..." "Just until we can figure out what's going on." I want to argue with him, but I stop myself. Not knowing what's going on is scary. It was too easy for Kai to track me, and I still don't have all the answers about Lucas and his involvement. But the most important thing is keeping the kids safe. "Are you okay?" I shake my head. I will be, but right now, I just want all this to end. And at the same time, I'm afraid of how it's all going to end. "You don't have to do this alone." I know what he's implying. I can see it in his eyes and hear it in his voice. That if there is, at the other end of this, a way for us to be together, he'll be there. But I can't think about that right now. Right now, I have to find Lucas. 15. It's dark when I shut the door to the bedroom of the safe house. grateful that Oliver and Sadie are finally asleep. The space is actually an apartment, tucked away in an anonymous Austin suburb. I know today has confused both of them, and that my answers have been too vague, but how do I tell them that their thought-to-be-dead father is really alive? Alive, that is, unless that shot I heard killed him. I'm not ready to put them through that. The underlying problem is that even though there are a number of things they know nothing about, I can't shield them from the situation completely. We're spending the night in a strange place, and all the pizza and ice cream in the world can't erase the tension in the air. I walk into the kitchen, hesitating at my mug of tea that has been sitting there for the last hour. It's cold now, but I'm not sure I have the energy to heat it up, let alone the energy to fight anymore. It's not the first time I've questioned how we got here, but every time the answer always leads back to Lucas. Knowing he's alive changes everything, but it also leaves me wrestling with what exactly I need to tell Sadie and Oliver. Hey. I shift my attention from the tea to Tucker, who's standing in the space between the kitchen and the living room, with concern written all over his face. I look past him at the rest of the apartment. The place feels more like a corporate hotel, with basic furniture and generic art on the walls. Nothing personal. Nothing to make the place feel welcoming. But then again, that's not the intention. This is a safe space for a family in trouble. Nothing more. Are the kids asleep? He asks. I shove my hands into my pockets and nod. I slept all the way back to Austin, which means we haven't really had a chance to talk since he told me Lucas is working with the FBI. I didn't know what to say then, and now that he's standing in front of me and we're alone again, I still don't know what to say. You didn't have to volunteer as babysitter, I blurt out. And leave you at the mercy of some stuffy fed? His smile melts some of the guarded space around my heart. Deputy U.S. Marshals are far more distinguished and reputable. And humble, I laugh. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Forget it. Besides, I've grown a bit attached to you these past few months. Tucker. His smile fades as he walks into the living room and sits down on the couch. I'm sorry, but your husband miraculously coming back to life doesn't change how I feel about you. It should, but it doesn't. I know. I just can't go there. Not now. Maybe not ever. I swallow hard at the thought as I sit down across from him. Where's Ruby? She stepped out for a few minutes, he says. She's going to check in with the officers outside and do a perimeter sweep. I blow out a sharp breath, hating the awkwardness I've managed to create between us. None of this is fair to Tucker. He's gotten sucked into a situation that's completely out of his control. We both have. Do you think they'll find us? I ask, needing to fill the awkwardness. No, but we can't take any chances. He's right, and I'm grateful. But honestly, the situation would be funny if it wasn't so serious. I'm not even sure who they are. Whoever Kai was working for, I suppose. Whoever Lucas is trying to take down. Jace Kruger and the web of evil he's created. They have motivation to get what they want. Thanks to Ruby and Tucker, we're safe. How are the kids? He asks, nodding at the back room where Sadie and Oliver are sleeping. I feel like all I've done is manage to make things worse. They have questions. Sadie's sullen and Oliver's frustrated. They want to know what's going on, but quite honestly, I don't want to tell them. I know this can't be easy. I shake my head. I could tell them their father is alive, but I don't know where he is. I could tell them I saw him today, but I think he might have been shot. Or that even though he's apparently working with the good guys, I still don't know if everything he told me is true or laced with lies. I frown as the words gush out. You don't have to have all the answers for them, Tucker says. Sometimes it's enough to just be there. Sometimes it's enough to say, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like you always do for me, I want to say. But I'm their mother, I say instead. I'm supposed to know what to do. I'm supposed to know what to say. Since when have you ever had all the answers? You're a great mother, Riley. And that isn't dependent on you having all the answers. I want to believe him. Thank you for listening, for letting me blow off steam. I mean it. His eyes soften as he speaks. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but they're good kids. They have a good foundation. Just because the road isn't always easy doesn't mean they're not going to be okay on the other end. I take in a deep breath, realizing just how far away from okay I am at the moment. How about a fresh cup of tea? He asks, jumping up from where he's sitting. I wish a cup of tea could solve all my problems, but knowing that he, like me, needs something more to do than sit and think, I say yes. I watch from the other room as he turns on the electric kettle, then starts pulling things out of the cupboards, giving me a few moments to settle my anxiety. He pours hot water over a tea bag, adds some milk and sugar just the way I like it, then comes back into the living room, where he puts the mug on a coaster on the side table next to me. What about food? He asks. I don't know. You didn't eat any dinner. The cupboards are pretty bare, but there's some leftover pizza. Or I could ask Ruby to go get something else for you. I probably should eat, but the thought of food makes me nauseous. I also know what he's doing. Trying to distract me, probably trying to distract himself, with a neutral conversation. I wish I felt stronger, that I'd somehow learned the secret to dealing with fear so I could skip it this time around. Or maybe fear is a part of life we have to learn to give to our Heavenly Father. I'm holding on to my faith as tight as I can, while praying for wisdom to go along with it. I'll try to eat a piece, I say. Hot or cold? Cold is fine. It only takes a moment for him to bring it to me, then sit down again. I pick off an olive and eat it. He's close enough for me to feel safe, yet far enough away to put some distance between us that we need. I know you've heard this before, but give yourself some grace, he says. You've had quite a day. I'm grateful he understands. Innocent or not, Lucas had done what he always did, messed with my mind and my emotions. Do you really think he's innocent? I look up at him. Lucas might have been working with the feds like he told me, but does that justify everything he did? In my opinion, absolutely not, Tucker says. He never should have kept you in the dark. You're his wife, and you deserved to know what was going on. And while he says his actions were to keep you safe, you almost lost Sadie, and came close to losing your own life thanks to Kai. That's not protecting you. Saying thank you doesn't seem like much, but you're always there for me. It means a lot. It's my job. I catch the glint of a smile in his eyes, but the statement hits me hard. A federal agent is not going to start a relationship with the victim. That would never be allowed. He's using you. I shove away the lie. Tucker has always cared for my best interests, even if it is his job, and tonight is no different. But while a part of me wants so desperately for him to take me in his arms and hold me, I know he can't do that. The reason I'm here, in protective custody, is because Lucas is alive. And right now, all I need to be thinking about is keeping Sadie and Oliver safe. And guarding my heart from the man sitting across from me. I've spent a long time grieving for what I thought my life would be, I finally say, shifting our conversation. Maybe that's why seeing Lucas shook me so much. I allowed myself to resurrect some of those lost dreams and wonder, just for a moment, if maybe I was wrong about him. And now I'm praying I wasn't wrong about you too, Tucker Shaw. How does that make you feel? He asks. I pick up the mug of tea that surprisingly is still hot and take a sip while figuring out my answer. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I lost Lucas a long time ago. And yet my kids deserve to have their father in their lives. I'm just having a hard time picturing that reality. I turn back to Tucker and realize he's looking at me, his gaze filled with a mixture of strong caution and longing. No matter what doubts Lucas might have planted in my mind, this is the man I'm falling in love with. No, the man I am in love with. The man who came to my rescue and ended up rescuing my heart. What am I supposed to do now, God? The familiar feeling of vulnerability presses against my chest, playing games with my mind. It drags up the doubts and fears I've fought for so long. Letting Tucker into my life has been hard, with my fears of being hurt again, of opening up my heart and taking a chance not only of getting it broken, but of my children getting hurt again as well. I don't want to start crying, but my eyes are watering. I don't know how to do this. I know. There isn't exactly a playbook for any of this. He's right, but I can feel the anxiety swirling in the pit of my stomach. It's more tempered than it used to be, because I'm looking at things from a different place emotionally than I was 6 months ago. But it's still there. I've learned that difficult situations really do produce perseverance, character, and hope, like the Bible says. But some things still feel impossible. I'm pretty sure it's going to take a miracle to redeem this situation. What if instead of wanting God to fix the situation, you focus more on Him restoring your heart and becoming closer to Him? Tucker's mother's words resurface, and I fight to hold on to them. A reminder I need right now that in the middle of the muck, God is right here. Because He allows man to have free will, but at the same time, He hurts with us. He promises to go with us through the darkness. Tucker clears his throat as Ruby walks into the house. Is everything okay? Yeah, she says. It's quiet out there, thankfully. What's the plan moving forward? I ask, setting my tea down and brushing the tears from my cheeks. I can't wait here in this small space indefinitely. I need a distraction, something that will help put an end to this. Law enforcement will continue to search for Lucas and Joey and Kai's body. Ruby pulls off her jacket and drapes it on the back of a chair. And Owen Pollard just resurfaced. Tucker frowns. I thought he dropped off the radar somewhere in the Caribbean. He did, but his passport was flagged at customs. Apparently, his sister passed away here in Austin, and he flew in for the funeral. We've been wanting to bring him in for an interview ever since his name came up on that flash drive. And, Tucker presses, he's agreed to come in first thing in the morning. That's good news, Tucker says. Then he turns back to me. Have you remembered anything about him, Riley? Owen's name came up when Kai and Lucas were talking. Okay. Tucker leans forward. What did they say? Kai said Owen could have built, I don't know, firewalls to control the money and then transfer it out of the accounts, possibly turning it into cryptocurrency. So in other words, Owen could have stolen the embezzled money, Ruby says. Exactly. Even if they're right, we still need evidence. Lucas said he had evidence in his computer bag, I continue, on a flash drive. The same flash drive you gave us a copy of? Tucker asks. I hesitate. I don't know. When Kai let him go get it, Lucas pulled out a weapon instead of a flash drive. That's when everything spiraled out of control. Kai was shot, and I ran. But if he really did have evidence, it's possible Joey has it now. Which means we're back to having nothing until we track them both down, Ruby says. What about Morrison? I ask. He has to have answers. He's coming in to speak with Blackwell tomorrow, Ruby says, and has promised to contact us as soon as he hears from Lucas. If he hears from Lucas. If Lucas is even alive. I slowly roll my shoulders back, trying to work out the knots. I know it's from the stress, but my head is throbbing, and I feel as if we're simply going in circles with no real answers yet. Back to Owen Pollard, Ruby says to me. We need you to come to the office tomorrow and listen to the interview with him. Maybe you can catch something we might otherwise miss that will end up being helpful. I frown, surprised at the suggestion. I'm not sure how that would work. Even if I met him, I don't know him. You know Lucas. My frown deepens. Her statement is true, but it still feels like a punch to the gut. Do I? I'm not sure that's a good idea, Tucker says, and I'm pretty sure Blackwell would agree with me. This is why we're here, Tucker. Why you're here. Besides, it was Blackwell's idea. Riley can stay behind the one-way glass. Tucker and Ruby exchange a look I can't interpret. I'm not sure what I've missed, but there's clearly been a discussion before this between the two of them about my involvement. Tucker is keeping you close because he's using you. You are nothing more than a pawn. I press my fingers against my temples, needing to get Lucas out of my head. He was wrong about Tucker. Maybe Ruby and her boss would use me, but not Tucker. It's my job. Headache? Tucker asks. I shake my head. I'm fine. No. I won't let my mind twist the truth. Tucker is here because I'm a part of a case he's working on, bringing down Kruger's organization, finding out the truth behind Lucas and the embezzled money. But our relationship has nothing to do with his job, the case he's working on, or a need to keep an eye on me. I glance up at Tucker, but I realize it's already too late to stop the doubts. 16. It's just after 8 the next morning when I follow Tucker down the hallway of local law enforcement offices where he's planning to interview Owen Pollard. I'm carrying my second cup of coffee, hoping the caffeine and sugar give me enough of a jolt to get me through the day. I left the kids with Ruby, who promised me I didn't have to worry about them. She was used to hanging out with her nephews and had a few tricks up her sleeve, like pancakes for breakfast and plans for a wee bowling tournament. I pray she's right. Tucker stops to open one of the doors, then steps inside. You can watch from here. Will you be okay? Of course. Do you think he'll talk? He brought his lawyer, so probably not, but we're still going to try. I turn around as he shuts the door behind me and stare through the one-way glass where Owen is already sitting with his lawyer. He's in his late 40s, maybe early 50s, balding and a bit pudgy around the waist. He looks vaguely familiar, but if I did meet him, it was just in passing. Another man who, like Lucas, has managed to get himself mixed up in some very dangerous and illegal dealings. I take a sip of my coffee, trying to shake the anxiety. All morning, Tucker has been nothing but a gentleman. He's been kind and responsive, but it's like he's walking on eggshells, trying to overlook the elephant in the room that's settled between us. I just feel the guilt. Guilt is an interesting phenomenon. You don't have to actually be guilty to feel its weight. Lucas was raised by a single alcoholic mother. His grandparents had to step in a few times. He told me one time that he felt guilty for not being able to protect his mother, for not being able to stop her from making bad choices. It's something we had in common. By the time we got married, I thought he dealt with his past and his mother's failures. He was excited to jump into the workforce, raise a family with me. A family very different from the ones both of us had come from. And then there's Tucker. When he was 8, his brother was kidnapped and killed. He's felt guilty ever since for not being able to protect him. The two men responded completely differently to the guilt in their lives. Tucker made the choice to combat it by protecting others. Lucas had, it seems, simply done everything he could to protect himself. I turn my focus back to Owen. He doesn't look guilty, but he's clearly irritated with being confined. A moment later, the door opens, and Tucker steps into the room with his boss, then sits down across from them. "My name is Tucker Shaw, and this is Harry Blackwell," Tucker begins. "We're with the U.S. Marshals. We need to ask you some questions about Lucas Bishop." Owen leans back in his chair. "Lucas Bishop has been dead for almost a year. I'm not sure what kind of information you think I have that would help." "At the time of his death," Tucker continues, "there were a number of charges being brought against him by the DA. Primarily missing money from the accounts he was working on. Which is why he was being charged, not me." His lawyer waves her manicured hand in the air. "Listen, my client already cooperated with the authorities when they were putting the case together against Lucas Bishop, and it was clear at the time that Owen wasn't involved. His coming in today is simply a courtesy to you because he is still willing to cooperate. But if you're going to harass him or make accusations without evidence—" "We have evidence that the embezzled money was stolen," Blackwell says. "Are you planning to charge my client?" Blackwell frowns. "Not right now, but we do have questions, and your client's continued cooperation would be appreciated." "My client," Owen's lawyer leans forward, "has spent the last year flying between here and a medical facility in the Caribbean where his sister was dying of cancer. And you decide to bring him in on the day he came back to bury her?" "We're very sorry for your loss, but those trips between here and a medical facility in the Caribbean can't be cheap." "We're leaving," his lawyer says, standing up. "Contact me again if you decide you have actual evidence my client is involved. Come on, Owen. We're done here." And with that, the interview is over. I'm standing at the door when Tucker returns. "Why aren't you arresting him?" I ask. "We don't have enough to hold him, let alone arrest him. We were hoping he'd come in on his own and we could get something from him. Unfortunately, that didn't happen." "So that's it?" Tucker shrugs. "Sometimes it takes longer than we want, but if he's guilty, we'll get him. This is far from over." "What if he leaves the country again?" "I know this is frustrating," Tucker says, "but we have to follow procedure." I tap my finger against my coffee cup. I am frustrated, but it's more than that. Until this is over, my family isn't safe. Until this is over, I'll be looked at as a possible suspect. It's not my just wanting the truth to come out. This has to do with my future, and my children's future, our safety. "What if I can get him to confess?" I blurt out. "What are you talking about?" I hesitate because my mind is still forming the idea as I try to put the pieces together. It would be a bluff more than anything else, but I know enough about the investigation that I think I could make this work. And if I did... "I want to talk with him," I say. "Absolutely not." Tucker's brow furrows. "What are you thinking?" According to Lucas, and even Kai, he's the only other person who could have taken the money. Until the money is found and those who stole it are brought to justice, my life is going to be in danger. "I understand your motivation, but how are you going to get him to confess? And that's assuming he's guilty." "He is guilty. I'm sure of it. And yet he thinks he's just walked out the door scot-free. He knows you have nothing concrete against him, nothing to hold him. He's been lying low all this time, making sure he stays out of the spotlight. But what if I convince him I found evidence on a flash drive that belonged to Lucas, that I know he has the money, and I'm willing to stay quiet if he gives me a cut?" "Are you kidding me?" Tucker shakes his head. "I'd hesitate sending in one of my best people with what we have right now. People have died over this money. I'm not sending you in there when we have nothing." "He doesn't know that," I say. "I could talk with him somewhere public, somewhere you could watch and make sure everything goes as planned, like at his sister's funeral." We're not going to do this, Riley. My eyes widen in frustration, but I'm not going to back down. Do you have a better idea? Because if I can get him to confess, all this could finally be over. Tucker shakes his head. Forget it. If I was anyone else, you would do it. You know I'm the perfect person to get him to confess. And if you have a confession... Riley. If we don't move fast, I rush on, he's going to disappear, especially if he really has the money, and you'll never find him. Tucker frowns. I think you ended up in the wrong field. I agree the plan is risky, but the only way this will end is when the bad guys are behind bars. He looks at me in that way that makes my heart melt and want to forget everything. Makes me want to go back to the way we used to be. But I can't forget that it might not be possible. Too much has happened. Too many walls have been built, and the trust between us is fractured. Riley, I can do this. He combs his fingers through his hair. I don't know. I just need you to trust me. Please. I'm going to have to run this past my boss. But Riley... He lets out a sigh and lets his shoulders drop. You need to know, I never stopped trusting you. 17. An idea that seemed perfectly reasonable a couple hours ago suddenly seems reckless and irresponsible. While I want to put an end to all of this, putting myself in the line of fire again scares me. My kids need me for starters, but maybe that's exactly why I have to do this. We all need this to be over. You're going to be fine, Tucker says, as if reading my mind. We're going to be listening to everything through your earpiece. What if he figures that out? I ask. He shouldn't, but if he does, we'll have 4 officers in the area, ready to move in case he tries something. Will you be there? No, but Ruby will be one of them, and I'll be listening. We're standing in the middle of a conference room, going over the game plan. I'm surprised that both Tucker and his boss are actually going along with the idea, which should give me a measure of confidence. Tucker would never do anything to put my life in danger. It's not too late to pull the plug, he says. I pick up my bag, refusing to let fear take over. I have to do this, both for me and my kids. Besides, you need me, and that feels pretty good for some reason. Tucker lets out a low chuckle. All we need is a confession. And remember, he doesn't need to know Lucas might be alive. I nod. No problem. Right. Who am I kidding? I'm no detective. My motivation comes from self-preservation for my family. I just pray it's enough. Tucker starts to take my hand, then pulls back. Neither of us can forget that the situation has changed. He's here because this is his job. I'm here because I need the nightmare to end. I can't even go down the path wondering what happened to Lucas right now, or what might happen between me and Tucker in the future. An hour later, I'm still questioning my idea to trap Owen into a confession as I walk toward the small group of people standing around the gravesite. A man in a suit is finishing up a eulogy. I stop near the back, watching as a woman sets a bouquet of flowers on top of the casket. It feels so disrespectful to be here. This is supposed to be a final goodbye, both a time of grieving and a celebration of life, and I'm coming to confront a man with his crimes. I clasp my hands behind me, uncomfortable in my conservative black dress and low-heeled shoes. I study the man I'm about to challenge. The man who earlier this morning was questioned by law enforcement over his connection to Lucas. There's little emotion on his face, though from what I understand, he must have loved his sister and did everything he could to save her, even to the point of taking her for treatment in the Caribbean. When the service is over, I wait for him to greet the other guests, most of whom are also wearing black. They take their time saying their goodbyes in front of the casket, along with a few solemn whispers. No one notices I'm still standing in the background, feeling out of place. I'm simply another mourner, someone saying goodbye to a friend or colleague. Just like they don't notice that Ruby has a team nearby, posing as gardeners and visitors to other gravesites. Most will never even be aware of the conversation I'm about to hold with the brother of the deceased. I shake off the guilt, then make my move when Owen is left alone for a moment. He turns to me as I walk up to him. "I'm sorry for your loss," I say, standing under the shadow of a large elm tree next to him. "Thank you for coming," he says. "You look familiar, but I'm sorry, I don't recognize you." I pull off my sunglasses, then hold out my free hand. "I'm Riley Bishop, Lucas Bishop's widow." "Of course." He takes my hand, but I can tell I've thrown him off, almost as if he's seen a ghost. "We met once or twice, but I'm surprised you're here. You knew my sister?" "I didn't, actually," I confess. "I'm here to see you." "I'm not sure I understand, but this really isn't a good time," he says, starting to turn away. "I'm not sure it will ever be a good time, Mr. Pollard." I raise my voice slightly, just enough for several people to turn and look. "You and I need to talk about Lucas, about the $25 million he was about to be arrested for embezzling before he died, and where that missing money is now." I get the reaction I expect. "Make this fast." Owen's jaw tenses. "Your husband might have made a lot of people angry, but what does that have to do with me?" "You're one of those people he made angry." "Hardly. The police have already questioned me, but I barely knew Lucas. We worked at the same investment company. That was it, and you're wrong if you think I had anything to do with embezzling that money." "Oh, I don't think you embezzled the money. I think you stole it from the person who was skimming it from the accounts." I force myself to smile while pressing my hands against my sides so they don't shake. "And I can prove it." "If that's true, the police would have already arrested me. They have nothing on me. And if they have nothing on me, you certainly don't." "That's where you're wrong." I lean forward, waiting for my words to sink in. My husband was smart. He kept detailed records on clients, accounts, people involved, details of things you wouldn't want other people to know. "Are you trying to blackmail me? Because if you are, you have nothing on me. Like I just said, I wasn't involved." "Ask him about his investing with Lucas," I hear in my earpiece. I take a breath in and out before continuing as I try to calm my nerves. "You heard how well Lucas was doing with his investments, and you decided to jump in with everything you had." I say it as a fact, not a question. "You were one of the investors." Owen's breathing is labored now, and I see beads of sweat forming on his forehead, even though the outside temperature is fairly cool. "And then your sister, Tina—" "My sister has nothing to do with this," he snaps back. "Oh, I think she has everything to do with it." He lets out a sharp huff of air. "I took her to procedure after procedure. But even with insurance, we eventually ran out of both money and options." "That's when you decided to take her out of the country for treatment." He glances back to his sister's coffin. "It was her last chance to live." "That's when you realized that the money you invested was gone." "The authorities were just starting to investigate the situation. Lucas tried to stall, making all kinds of excuses. But your husband took everything I had." The bulging vein on his neck begins to pulse, and his words come fast, as if he's actually relieved to confess what happened. "Including your sister's money," I press. "I thought I was helping her. She was the one person in my life who always believed in me. She didn't deserve to die because of what someone else did." "With your inside access, you came up with a way to not only get your money back, but a whole lot more with it." Owen shook his head. "What do you want from me?" It wasn't a confession, but neither had he denied anything. $5 million. A small price to pay for me keeping my mouth shut. You'll get away with the heist, and I'll have what I need to disappear and live somewhere in peace with my children. You're bluffing. You don't really believe that, do you? I catch his gaze, keeping my face as expressionless as I can. 5 million, or I go to the authorities. Your going to the feds with evidence against Lucas is what almost messed up my plans in the first place. My stomach tightens. There's no way he could know that. Unless... How do you know I went to the feds? Lucas came to me a few nights before he died in that explosion. He told me he was in trouble. The money was gone, but you'd turned him into the feds by giving them a flash drive with evidence against him. He tried to convince me that there was evidence on me as well, but I told him the same thing I'm going to tell you. He had nothing on me, and neither do you. Don't worry about what he says, Tucker says in my ear. Stay focused on why you're there. I told him not to trust you, Owen rushes on, that you're too smart for your own good. And now, here you are, trying to blackmail me with the same empty threats. You tried to make him believe I had the money? I shake my head, praying for the right words. I need to counter what he's telling me. I look around. Most of the mourners have left, and I'm reminded how secluded this cemetery really is. If you had stayed out of this and not gone to the feds, Owen said, they wouldn't be investigating me. But you had to go and mess everything up. Besides, why would I trust you not to go to the authorities with what you have this time? Because in extorting money from you, I'm just as guilty as you are. Telling the authorities would be foolish. I shove every ounce of courage I have into the words. I need to go somewhere safe with my kids. You'll still have more than enough, and I'll never contact you again. Owen lets out a low laugh. Here's the thing. I believe you're bluffing, which means I'll take my chances and keep Lucas's money. Besides, I won't have to worry about anyone finding me for long. I wouldn't count on that. Owen looks at his sister's casket, then at a nearby grave where a couple is walking toward us, realizing he's just overplayed his hand. What have you done? He asks. 4 officers, including Ruby, are running toward us now, guns raised as they shout at Owen to put his hands up and get down on the ground. Owen pulls a gun out of his holster, grabs me, and pulls me against him. I can feel his hot breath against my neck as my mind scrambles to figure out what's happening. Riley, I hear through my earpiece. What are you doing, Pollard? Ruby shouts. It's over, and this is just going to make things worse. He pulls me tighter against him. You set me up. No, you did this to yourself a long time ago. My heart is pounding as they surround him, emphasizing the reality that there is nowhere for him to go. Put the gun down, Pollard, Ruby says. If you hurt her, you're only going to add to the list of felonies against you. No. Owen looks behind him. This is what's going to happen. She's coming with me. I'm going to drive away from here. If you follow me, I'll shoot her. If you try to stop me, I'll shoot her. It's your choice. I have nothing to lose, which means I'll do exactly what I say. Ruby takes a step forward. That's not happening, Owen. Listen to me. You are not going to get away with this, and we're not going to let you leave with her. He's out of options, and he knows it. A second later, he sets his gun on the ground, then puts his hands in the air, and someone pulls me to safety away from him. I stand in the middle of the cemetery in my black dress, overcome with a mixture of grief, relief, and guilt. What's the quote my mother used to repeat? We're all born brave, trusting, and greedy. Most of us remain greedy. I can't stop shaking on the drive back to the office with Ruby. I don't know how I thought it would end, what I had imagined would happen. I just know that I don't want to ever have to do anything like this again. You did a good thing today, Ruby says as she pulls into the parking lot. The war is far from over, but we won the battle. I'm just grateful his sister didn't see what he did today. She doesn't deserve any of the blame. There will always be innocent people involved. You're the perfect example. Does that mean you believe I'm innocent? I ask. Ruby lets out a low laugh as she parks. I trust my partner. He has an amazing insight into people, and he sees something in you. I shrug. Not knowing what's going to happen scares me, and today scared me. Ruby shuts off the engine. The funny thing is that we never really know what's going to happen. We just think we do. My phone rings, and I answer it without looking at the caller ID. Riles, I need to see you. Lucas? I'm going to turn myself in. 18. Absolutely not. I'm standing in the parking lot with Ruby and Tucker, who has just joined us, after deciding to tell both of them what's going on. I know Tucker is frustrated and worried, and, in all honesty, he has every right to be. I feel the same, but I'm also not backing down on my stance to meet with Lucas. I'm sorry, but I'm not asking your permission, I say, keeping my voice even. I'm telling you what I'm doing because I need you to trust me, and you deserve to know. Tucker shakes his head. Don't you see what's happening? He's manipulating you again. I don't know what he wants, but that's all he's ever done. Hang on. Ruby holds up her hand. Let's hear her out. What exactly did he say? I swallow hard, needing to stamp out the anxiety. He told me he's going to turn himself in for the shooting of Kai, but he wants to meet with me first, alone. Seriously? Tucker's voice raises. Why would he decide to come forward and turn himself in after hiding out the past year? Morrison advised him that it was his best and maybe his only option. He'll bring in Lucas after we talk. And if this is some kind of trap? We can coordinate security with Morrison and make sure nothing goes wrong, Ruby says, turning to Tucker. We have to let her do this. A man just held her at gunpoint, and you're ready to throw her into the lion's den again? I'm fine, I say, just a little shaken. Tucker frowns, clearly irritated that Ruby is on my side. But as much as I don't want to go against him, I know this is something I have to do, trap or no trap. Where does he want to meet? He asks. At a coffee house not far from here. There's outdoor seating. I glance at the time on my phone. He said he'll be there in an hour. I still don't trust him, Tucker, but he won't hurt me. I'll be there to make sure of that. A dozen scenarios run through my mind an hour later as I pull into the parking lot of the cafe, thankful for whoever had been assigned to pick up my car. I know Tucker is still convinced this is some kind of setup. Maybe he's right. I've tried hard to fight the paranoia over the past few months, which is hard when I don't always know who to trust. I just want life to go back to normal so I don't have to worry about every move I make, but I know this isn't something I can run away from. I start praying as I park and then walk toward the cafe, searching for Lucas, while also searching for anything that looks off. Reminding myself that once again, Tucker and Ruby are here watching my back. I see Lucas on the far corner of the patio, sitting at a table, nursing a coffee. I look around at the other customers. A couple engrossed in a conversation, a family with kids. Several tables are filled with people working on computers in the sunshine. No one looks threatening. Nothing looks out of place. I cross the space and stop at his table. He stands up and pulls me into a hug. I'm so sorry. I thought you were dead, I say, pulling away from him. I'm surprised at the relief I feel seeing him and knowing he's alive. He's changed clothes since I saw him last, but it's clear that what happened has affected him. His manner is somber, and, like me, I'm sure he's having to work through Kai's death. He motions for me to sit down and takes the seat next to me. Do you want anything to eat or drink? I shake my head. I have zero appetite. I just want answers. I heard a shot after I left the house. Lucas touches his forearm. It was just a graze. Thankfully, Joey has bad aim. I went to the police, I say. I know. And I know that makes all of this worse for you, but I didn't know what else to do. You did the right thing, he says, catching my gaze. You always do the right thing. His words throw me a bit, because the meaning behind them is obvious. If he'd done the right thing, we might not be sitting here right now, facing another impossible situation. And Kai's body? I press. What happened to it? I look at a couple of the other tables as that last statement comes out of my mouth, but no one is paying attention to our conversation. I don't know. I managed to get out the back door after Joey shot at me. I tried to find you. He grabs the handle of his coffee mug, but doesn't take a sip. When I couldn't, I returned to the house, but there was no sign of Joey or Kai's body. I didn't know where you were or what to do, so I cleaned up the mess, leaving only your phone and bag in case you returned, and headed to Austin. I see you found them. I nod. I went back to the house with Tucker and the local police. I didn't mean to shoot her, Riles. Despite everything she did to me, I didn't mean to kill her. I know. I sit back in my chair. I don't think I've ever seen him look so vulnerable. I'm surprised you decided to turn yourself in. I spoke with Morrison and told him I can't do this anymore. I'm tired of the running and all the secrets. He said if I turn in the evidence I have to the authorities, the state might dismiss the charges they have against me. You're doing the right thing, Lucas. I hope so. He looks past me and frowns. I'm guessing he's out there watching? Tucker? Yeah. I turn away, not knowing what to say. I feel like I've been running a long time, he says. But I need you to understand that for as many mistakes as I've made, I never stopped loving you. I frown. No. I'm not going to let him get away with the lies. Not this time. You made choices that put our family in jeopardy. Which is why I had to talk with you first. I need you to hear everything from me, in case things go public. Okay, let's start with the truth about Kai. Did you have an affair? If he's lied to me, if he has things to confess, I want to know. Yes. He blows out a sharp breath. I kept telling myself it was wrong, but she knew what to say, knew what to do. His words sting. But if I'm honest with myself, I've known all along. The emotional detachment I felt, his late nights and excuses that he had to work overtime, trips to Dallas and Houston. I believed him because I wanted to believe that what we had together wasn't gone, that it was still possible to make our marriage work. Maybe I hadn't been enough. Maybe this really was all my fault. Don't believe the lies, Riley. Don't believe the lies. I might have played a role in him feeling empty in our relationship, but I won't shoulder the guilt for his choices. So what, exactly, are you guilty of? I ask, shifting my attention back to him. Moving money, manipulating spreadsheets and data points. If I didn't do what she said, she was going to go to you with proof of the affair. He presses his lips together, then says, I really was set up, Riley. But there's still a lot you don't know. I look away from his steady gaze. Part of me isn't sure I want to know more. I already know he's guilty. Guilty of adultery. Guilty of betraying my trust. guilty of betraying the trust of hundreds of people who lost their life savings from his actions. Like why you made choices that put you in that situation? I ask. I realize now that this was never about saving me, never about saving our family. This is all about him trying to save himself for selling his soul. She started asking me to do things for her, threatening me if I didn't. I shake my head, knowing I'll have to process what has happened later. An affair is one thing, but committing a felony? I know it sounds like a cheap excuse, but it really was all a setup. They needed the access I had to my accounts. The rest was easy for them. And once I'd crossed the line, they knew I couldn't come back. I kept digging myself into a deeper hole until I didn't know how to get out. I found out I was good at manipulating funds. It gave me a sense of power and control. And the money wasn't bad either. And faking your death? How did that play into all of this? When I found out where the money was going, how it was connected with Jace Kruger, I started to panic. I realized there was no way out of the hole I'd dug, and how easily I could become their scapegoat. He taps his mug on the table. That's when I started working with Morrison. No one died in that explosion. It was a John Doe from the morgue, and the DNA results were swapped. I feel as if he's giving me the action beats from some movie script, not my life. I'm also realizing how little I know him. I really did love you, he says, and the kids. Please know, I 100% regret my choices. Your choices, or the fact that you got caught? I want to ask. But for some reason, I don't. Instead, memories come like a slideshow, and my mind flips through the dozens of poignant times we had together. First date, proposal, wedding day, the moments we found out I was pregnant, the day we bought our first house. But that man, the man I thought I knew inside and out, is not the man sitting in front of me. I lost him a long time ago. In fact, the Lucas I knew and loved is gone. And while he broke my heart once, I'm determined that he'll never hold the power to break it again. For him, it was a shift in trajectory, justified compromises, something that happens to all of us at one time or another, little by little, degree by degree. If we don't pay attention and adjust where we are, we'll end up in a place that at one time we could never imagine. It's like what I've learned about my faith. It has to be a conscious decision every day to keep myself on track, to make sure I don't let the world suck me into its empty promises. Staying diligent isn't easy. Forgiveness isn't easy. But I'm determined to somehow find a way to do both. There's more you need to know, Riles, he says, pulling me out of my thoughts. Because you're the only one I can trust. What do you mean? He looks around, hesitating with his answer, as if he's worried someone is listening to our conversation. I hear something whiz past my ear, and then feel him grab for my hand as he falls to the ground. I see the stain of blood growing on his chest, and immediately drop down beside him. Everything around me begins to spin as I scream for help. I don't know what Lucas was going to tell me, but whatever it was, it might have just cost him his life. 19. Tucker heard the distinct crack of a gunshot and instantly felt the surge of adrenaline as he watched Lucas drop to the ground. "We've got a shooter," Ruby shouted into her radio. "Ruby and Morrison, get to Riley now," Tucker shouted back to the team they put together that included FBI agent Morrison. "Make sure she's okay, and get them both to safety. Everyone else, find the shooter." Tucker scanned the parking lot adjacent to the cafe, taking in every sound and movement. Cars sped past in the background. Tree limbs swayed in the wind. Radio music played, competing with conversations. The sniper was out there. They just had to find him. There weren't very many hiding places he could choose from. The parking lot surrounding the cafe was filled with cars and people. To the south was a small open area. There were trees, but none of them were big enough to climb or hide in. In any of these locations, a sniper with a rifle would stand out. He turned around. It had to have come from the line of shops across the street. The 2-story window would have given someone a perfect vantage point. "Confirming sighting of sniper," crackled through his radio. "White male in a black hoodie, longish blonde hair, seen in 2nd-story window across the street from cafe." Bingo. One of the officers they'd brought in had just confirmed his theory. Tucker started running toward the street, barely managing to sidestep a car coming at him. He was fighting to keep his thoughts focused. He couldn't be distracted by what had happened at the coffee shop. He'd seen her go down, but he had to believe that Riley was okay. The only thing that mattered to him right now was catching whoever had taken that shot. Because he'd been right. This was a trap all along. A few seconds later, he saw a man come out of the shops on the other side of the street. Hands in his pockets, head down, matching the shooter's description. Tucker crossed the street, keeping the suspect in sight while updating the team. The man was walking fast, but Tucker was pretty sure he didn't know he'd been spotted. Tucker quickened his own pace, needing to bridge the gap between him and the suspect. Tucker skirted past a couple, continuing to close the distance. The suspect stopped suddenly and looked behind him. His gaze locked with Tucker's. A second later, the man started sprinting down the sidewalk, then slammed into an older gentleman, knocking him to the ground. Tucker apologized as he ran by, but didn't slow down. Instead, he identified himself and shouted for the suspect to stop. The row of buildings ended. Tucker sprinted across the green space until he was 10 feet away. 5 feet away. Seconds later, the suspect cried out in pain as Tucker tackled him, then wrestled him to the ground. "Why did you run?" Tucker asked. "You were chasing me. I didn't do anything." "What's your name?" The suspect grasped his shoulder and looked away as another officer arrived on the scene. "Is there something wrong with your shoulder?" Tucker asked. "It's nothing," he mumbled. "I heard it the other day." "Found the sniper's nest," one of the agents said over the radio. "2nd floor of a bookstore. Weapon was left behind, and more than likely was wiped clean of prints." "Secure the scene and call forensics to go over the scene," Tucker said, still crouching in front of the man. There was something familiar about his build and features. "And get a gunshot residue kit brought to my location immediately." "Copy that." Tucker pulled down the collar of the man's hoodie and saw a red birthmark on the back of his neck. It was the same one he'd seen on the suspect who'd fought him on the roof across from the courthouse. "We've met before, haven't we?" Tucker zip-tied the man's wrists behind him, then stood up. "Watch him." Tucker grabbed his phone out of his pocket as a squad car pulled up, and an officer ran over with a gunshot residue kit. "Go ahead and test him," Tucker ordered. Then he placed a call to Ruby. "Tucker? Where are you?" "Following the ambulance to the hospital. Morrison is securing the scene for CSI." "Their status?" he asked. "Lucas is in bad shape. I don't know if he'll make it." Tucker's heart pounded. "And Riley?" "I don't think she was hit, but they're taking her in to have her checked out. There was blood spatter on her, and she passed out." "Okay. Stay with her and keep me updated." "Will do." Tucker shoved down his emotions. Riley was in good hands. That would have to be enough for the moment. "The test comes up positive for gunpowder residue," the officer said, as Tucker slipped his phone into his pocket. Tucker turned back to their suspect. "This is interesting, because today wasn't the only day you set up a sniper's nest." He pointed to the gash on the side of his temple. "You gave me this." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Who hired you?" Tucker pressed. "I don't have to say anything." "No." Tucker rested his hands on his hips. "But yesterday you tried to take down a judge, and now today you're caught shooting a man who is somehow connected to all of this? Whether he lives or dies, you're in a lot of trouble." "Who hired you?" I don't know. The suspect kept his head down. It was all done on the dark web. No names. Money was transferred into my account to take out both of them. Tucker glanced at Morrison. What do you mean, both of them? The man and the woman he was with. 20. I'm still trembling as the ambulance I'm lying in pulls up to the hospital. Once again, I don't know if Lucas is dead or alive. I don't know who shot him, or how everything turned upside down so quickly. I can feel the extra air coming through the cannula as the paramedics talk to me. How are you feeling now, ma'am? How do I answer the man's question? I want to rip off the oxygen and jump out of the ambulance the moment it comes to a stop, but I'm aware enough to know that despite the terror I'm feeling, these people are just trying to help. I feel like I can breathe again, I managed to say. Probably thanks to the oxygen they have me on. I'm pretty sure my heart rate is back to normal, but the panic is still there. From what I've gathered from the paramedics, I passed out after Lucas was shot. One thing I'm pretty sure of is that I wasn't hit, but they're still insisting on taking me to the ER to be checked out. I just want to know how my husband is. My husband. Thinking of him in that way seems so strange after a year of thinking he's dead. The man in the other ambulance, I managed to say. We were together when he was shot. I need to know if he's okay. I'll get you an answer as soon as I can, but right now we're going to get you inside and get you checked out. I'm wheeled out of the ambulance on a stretcher into the ER. Bright lights glare down at me, and someone is shouting nearby. I try to sit up to see if I can get a glimpse of Lucas, but the paramedic gently puts his hand on my shoulder and pushes me back onto the gurney. Despite everything Lucas did, I don't want anything bad to happen to him, because a part of me still loves him. They take me into a private room where a young woman in scrubs starts asking me questions. My name, address, medical history. A second nurse starts checking my vital signs, temperature, heart rate, blood pressure. Then she starts wiping the blood off me. I know they're just doing their job, but I'm frustrated. I want answers, and when I ask about Lucas again, I'm told to wait. I need to go. I'm fine. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to run a few tests first. According to the paramedics, your heart rate and blood pressure dropped significantly at the scene. I still need to go. You've just gone through some extreme emotional distress, and while it's probably not anything serious, we need to make sure. I shrug, too tired to argue. Riley? I look up at a familiar face, surprised when Ruby walks into the room. I just wanted to check on you. I know all of this has to be hard to comprehend. Thank you. I appreciate it. I glance behind her to the doorway. Did they bring Lucas here? No one will give me an answer. He's here, and from what I understand, they've taken him into surgery. I try to read her expression, wondering if there's something she's not telling me, but I can't tell. Do you know where Tucker is? I ask. I immediately regret asking. I have a feeling Ruby doesn't exactly approve of any relationship we might have, or might have had. He went after the shooter, along with a couple other agents. I'm waiting for an update, but he asked me to stay with you. Thank you, though I have a feeling that's not the only reason you're here. I really am concerned about you, but yes, I need to know what happened. Before the shooting. Was Lucas really going to turn himself in? He said he was. There are still details I don't understand. He was involved because he was being blackmailed. They needed someone on the inside of the company. What about Kai's body? Lucas was grazed by that shot, I heard. He managed to get away and went outside trying to find me. When he couldn't, he returned to the house. Her body was gone. He cleaned up his stuff and headed back to Austin. I look away from her, not needing the scrutiny right now. I'm sorry, Ruby says. I know you didn't wish for any of this to happen. It's okay. You don't have to like me. I know you aren't happy about Tucker and me seeing each other in the first place, and now I just don't want to see him hurt. The unwanted guilt is returning. I never meant to hurt him. I never meant for any of this to happen. I know. A doctor steps into the room, and I realize the truth before he even says anything. I can see it in his eyes. He's gone, isn't he? I say. I'm sorry, but yes, Mrs. Bishop. We did everything we could to save your husband, but there was no way to stop the bleeding. I want to press my hands over my ears and scream. It seems strange how losing someone a second time can hurt almost as much as the first time. I thought he couldn't break my heart again. And what am I supposed to tell our kids? This whole twisted experience is going to leave them insecure and vulnerable. I glance down at my hand. I stopped wearing my wedding ring months ago. So strange to think that Lucas was actually alive all this time, living a life none of us even knew about. I don't know how to feel. My mind feels frozen, and I know it's going to take time to accept what happened today, to comprehend the consequences of Lucas's actions. I look down at a spot of blood they missed on my arm. Lucas's blood. I can't stop thinking about how his decisions changed the trajectory of not just his life, but all of ours. Riley, are you okay? Ruby asks as the doctor leaves the room. I glance up at her. I feel like the last 48 hours have been one long, bad dream. I want to see him, I say. We can arrange that. Is there someone you want me to call to come be with you in the meantime? I don't know. I don't know what to think right now. I would call Melody, but she's with the kids. And Tucker. He's been with me for so much of this journey, but right now the gap between us seems far too wide. Tucker told me that one of the things that drew him to you was your faith, Ruby says. I've always admired him for his faith, even in the midst of difficult times. Like losing his brother, I say. She nods. Tucker always had hope God would somehow bring Wyatt home. But even when God didn't, he somehow kept his faith. It's a hope I wish I had. I don't know. I've seen so much evil in this world. It's hard for me to trust in a God who allows little boys to be taken. A God who allows so much pain. I understand, I say, still trying to clear my mind. I won't lie and tell you this has been easy, even with trusting Jesus. I've questioned God's faithfulness when it felt like the darkness was too much for me to get through, when I've been too focused on the evil. And yet, I look up and sense in her a desire to grasp hold of something worth believing in. My feelings can't dictate my faith. My circumstances can't be the foundation for my faith. The world God created was never meant to look like this. Lucas always had a choice. His decisions affected my kids and me, but I can't blame God for that. He's always been right there with us. I didn't expect to be sharing my faith in the middle of the hospital moments after my husband was murdered. Just like I never expected to be in this situation again, where the loss and pain threatened to pull me under. I'm sorry. Ruby takes a step back from me. It's been a hard day. You don't have to apologize. I can't imagine doing your job. The darkness that you see every day, I don't think I would be able to survive. She lets out a low laugh. Sometimes I wonder if I should get a desk job somewhere. Live a normal life. Whatever normal might look like. I smile for the first time. Somehow, I have a feeling you'd be miserable. You're like Tucker, born to make a difference in the world by facing the darkness head on. Ruby's phone rings, and she holds up her hand and steps away to take the call. I can tell immediately that something is wrong. A moment later, she turns back to me. Blackwell wants me to get you out of here and somewhere safe. They found the sniper. That's great. It is. Then why are you still frowning? There was a second bullet lodged in a brick wall behind the table where you were sitting. She lets out a sharp breath. That bullet was intended for you. 21. That bullet was intended for you. Ruby's words run through my mind without making any sense. I feel like things are moving in fast motion around me, and I don't know how to process what has happened. The last couple weeks have made me jumpy, triggered primarily by getting shot by Kai. An obviously understandable reaction. I don't remember hearing a gunshot when Lucas fell over, but the second I saw the blood on his chest, I dropped down next to him. Did that instinctive action save my life? I watch as Ruby opens the door and calls out to one of the nurses. A moment later, 2 security guards are standing in the doorway. Ruby flashes her badge and tells them she needs them to take us to a secure place. She helps me out of bed, and it takes me a second to find my balance before I grab my bag, then let her help me toward the door. I have no idea where we're going. No idea who killed Lucas or who might now be after me. Kai is dead. Owen is in custody. I know this is all connected to something bigger, but how did I get on their radar? And who are they? Tucker said my meeting with Lucas was a trap, but I didn't want to believe him. Apparently, he was right. But I can't let my mind go there. All I really know right now is that Lucas is dead, and someone is after me. Thank you for saving me, Jesus, but I need this to be over. We rush through a maze of hallways between the 2 security guards, through doorways with keypads and card swipe systems. Eventually, we stop somewhere in the back of the hospital outside a row of offices. The guards usher us into a room with big windows that let in sunlight with views of the hospital's neatly manicured grounds. I drop my bag onto the table and sit down in one of the chairs, still shaky and weak. Riley, Ruby says, Tucker and Morrison are on their way here, but we need to figure out who hired the sniper that killed Lucas. What else did he tell you before he was shot? I'm trying hard to think, to push through my confused thoughts. He told me that he had returned to the house after looking for me, but there was no sign of Joey or Kai's body. He cleaned up and left my phone and bag in case I returned. Good. What else? He left for Austin. I told him I went to the police and told them he was alive. I felt bad because that meant his cover was blown. And now that he's dead... Riley, look at me. I glance up and catch Ruby's gaze. This is all my fault. No, it's not. And I need you to stay focused. I nod, knowing she's right. I can't let my thoughts get sidetracked if I want to find out who did this. What else did he say? She asks. He told me he didn't mean to shoot Kai, and that he was going to turn himself in. Why turn himself in after he'd been hiding for so long? I reach up and rub the back of my neck, willing my head to stop pounding. He said he was tired of hiding, and he hoped that the state would dismiss charges if he handed over the evidence he collected. I let out a breath, knowing I have to push through the hard parts. He also told me he'd had an affair with Kai, and she was blackmailing him. Guilty of adultery. Guilty of betraying my trust. I push away the intruding thoughts. Kai needed the access to his financial accounts, I say. He ended up faking his death, thinking it was a way out, thinking he could somehow fix everything he'd done. But it didn't work. And now he really is dead. I stare out the window for a moment, fingering the strap of my bag. Something was niggling in the back of my mind. Something that didn't make sense. Riley, what are you thinking? Ruby asks. There was something else he wanted to tell me. I look up at her, confused. But then he hesitated. I remember thinking it seemed like he was afraid someone was listening to our conversation. How? She asks. I don't know. And here's another thing that's been bothering me. Why did he leave my bag at the house? You think that's significant? He asked me if I'd found my phone and my bag, but why leave them there in the first place? Why assume I would return? Seems more likely that he would have taken them with him. My mind keeps working through the scenario, both what had happened and what I know about Lucas. Lucas hid things in the wall of our bedroom, I say. He hid encrypted information inside digital photographs. At the house, he told Kai he had evidence on a flash drive, but then he pulled out a gun instead, and everything went downhill after that. My mind is still scrambling to work through the information I have. What if Lucas was telling the truth? What if he had evidence on that drive on Owen and maybe even the mole? What if he wanted to leave me that evidence? It sounds crazy, but no crazier than everything that's happened over the last couple days. I open my bag and start taking everything out. My wallet, makeup bag, tissues, and gum. Everything was there. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'm pretty sure I'll know it when I find it. What am I missing? Sunglasses, hand sanitizer, a hair tie, and a breath mint. I unzip my pink makeup bag and dump it on the table next to everything else. I've never worn a lot of makeup. A bit of mascara and lipstick, and I'm good to go. This isn't mine, I say, grabbing a tube of chapstick. I always use a rose lip balm. Lucas would know that. I pop off the lid. There's a flash drive inside. Ruby calls for one of the security guards to get her a laptop with a USB port. A minute later, I'm shoving the drive into the computer, then waiting for it to pop up on the screen while Ruby sits down next to me. When it finally shows up on the desktop, I click it open. Inside are dozens of files filled with documents. I used to tease Lucas for being so meticulous and keeping his files in order, and what I see now is no different. I click one open and start glancing through the pages of financial documents. Evidence, I'm sure. Exactly what he said he was gathering. A file in the bottom left corner catches my eye, and I click on it. What is it, Riley? A file labeled Neo. That means mole in Italian. How do you know that? I shrug as I open the file. Lucas's maternal grandmother was Italian. He loved to learn random words, and some just stuck. I click open the file, then quickly skim through the contents. This has to be what Lucas wanted me to see. This has to be about who ordered the sniper attack and who killed Lucas, all because he'd gotten too close to the truth. But who was the mole? This has to be the evidence Lucas was collecting. He wanted me to find it. I skim through the documents and photos, reading what Lucas wrote and searching for evidence behind the mole. The door to the room clicks open, and a security guard lets in Tucker and Morrison. Riley, Tucker says as he walks into the room, relief on his face. Are you all right? Yes, but Lucas, I say, looking up at him. Lucas left me something. He left you something? Morrison asks. What do you mean? I don't know yet. You're the only one I can trust. I can still hear Lucas's voice. He left her a flash drive, Ruby says, standing up. Who was he supposed to trust? I look up at the two men. Morrison had been Lucas's point of contact and handler for months. He had planned to bring Lucas in after he and I talked, and was there seconds after Lucas was shot. Ruby had been there immediately as well, shouting out orders, calling for an ambulance, trying to stop the bleeding. What was Morrison doing? It was almost as if someone was listening to our conversation. Lucas was trying to tell me something, and he'd been stopped by a sniper. There was no coincidence in the timing of that bullet. I'm certain of that. I settle my attention on Morrison. I know I'm still in shock and not thinking straight, but it has to be him. It's the only thing that makes sense. "You're the mole," I say, scooting back in my chair. "You had Lucas killed." "Riley, what are you talking about?" Tucker asks. "There's more you need to know, Riles, because you're the only one I can trust." "What a ridiculous accusation," Morrison spouts. "I told Lucas it was a mistake to bring you in, and now you're clearly not thinking straight." "Hold on," Tucker says, stepping between us. "Why do you think that?" "Lucas was collecting evidence on the mole," I say, pointing to the flash drive. "I just read some of his notes. He wrote that the mole is a federal agent assigned to a specialized task force dealing with a number of high-profile financial crimes. From what Lucas discovered, the mole had allied himself with Kruger's organization, then started feeding them information in exchange for bribes and protection." Morrison laughs. "And you actually think he was describing me?" "Yes," I say, refusing to be dismissed. "I think you found a way to double-cross both Kruger's organization and the FBI, and he figured out it was you." "This is ridiculous." "Is it? Lucas told me I was the only one he could trust. But he was supposed to trust you. So why would he say that?" "Because he was playing you." Morrison braces his hands on the table and leans forward. "I told him it was foolish to go to you, but he was convinced you could give him the information he needed." I have no idea if the man is telling the truth or not, but I can't let him shift my focus. "Was anything found at the table Lucas and I were sitting at?" I ask Ruby. "Like what?" "A listening device." She shakes her head. "Not that I know of." I turn back to Morrison. "You were there right after Lucas was shot." "I had to be there," he says. "He was turning himself in." "You hired a sniper to kill Lucas," I say. "But you needed to hear what he was saying first." "Absolutely not. Lucas might not have had the evidence, but he believed it was you," I rush on. "Knew you had betrayed him, and that he probably wouldn't make it out alive." It was the only explanation. "You don't know what you're talking about, and you have zero evidence. Then it will only take a second to rule you out," Tucker says, pulling out his phone. Morrison takes a step back. "What are you talking about?" "Surveillance devices today are easily planted, and almost impossible to find without some kind of bug detector because they're so small." Tucker opens up an app. "You might not know this, but before my job with the U.S. Marshals, I worked in Army intelligence and dealt regularly with this kind of thing." Morrison holds up his hands as Tucker starts scanning him. "You're actually believing this nonsense she's spouting?" "This is a new app a friend of mine created, and it's actually being tested out by both law enforcement and the military. It happens to be very, very effective. It scans for radio frequencies coming from listening devices. So, hypothetically, if you knew there was a listening device planted at that table and you needed to make it disappear, I'm guessing you would have dropped it into your pocket, thinking you'd dispose of it later, but then forgot in the chaos." "You're wrong." "Am I? Because that noise I'm hearing is a feedback whistle," Tucker says, holding up the phone. "I need to see what's in your pockets." "I don't have to do anything you say." Morrison reaches for his sidearm, but Ruby is quicker. She points her weapon at him. "Put your firearm on the table, then give Shaw what he's asking for." Morrison's face reddens as Ruby confiscates his gun. Then he pulls something out of his pocket. "This is a listening device," Tucker says, holding it in his hand. That doesn't prove anything. "And your other pocket?" Tucker says. Morrison hesitates, then finally complies. "And this is a non-government-issued two-way radio," Tucker says. "And what's interesting is, I found a matching one on the sniper. You didn't think this through, Morrison. Like, for instance, what would happen if your sniper got caught?" "You were listening in on our conversation," I say. "Except Lucas knew something was off and didn't trust you. He trusted me." "This is all circumstantial." Morrison's voice rose. "You can't believe her over me. I'm an FBI agent with the U.S. government, and she's a nobody." "That will be for the judge to decide," Ruby says. "I'll call for backup to make sure he's taken into custody without incident. Tucker, you can stay here with Riley. I'll have Blackwell call you once he's determined it's safe for her to leave." I watch them leave. The man who ordered Lucas's death. The man who marked a second bullet for me. "Are you okay?" Tucker asks, sitting down beside me as Ruby escorts Morrison out. "I know this is hard to take in. Even I'm not sure I understand everything that just happened." I look up and catch the concern in his gaze. Morrison used Lucas until he didn't need him. And then he killed him. Just like Lucas tried to use me. I think Lucas knew Morrison wasn't going to let him live. I think he knew that one way or another he was going to be taken out. He wanted to make sure the man went down with him. "Lucas knew too much," Tucker says. A wave of nausea hits as the reality of all that happened settles in. Lies filled with half-truths, especially when you want to believe them, are the easiest to believe. I saw what I wanted in Lucas. "I'm so sorry," Tucker says. Maybe there was still a bit of conscience left in him, though after everything he did, it doesn't seem to matter. He still lost it all in the end. And almost took me down with him. I take in a deep breath and feel the anxiety surge. "There's something I need to ask you." "Of course. Anything." "Lucas told me the reason you got close to me is because you believe I was involved in the embezzling. That you've been using me as a pawn in order to get information." "He said that?" I nod. "You know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer." "He said you believe I'm involved in all of this, and you were trying to prove it." Tucker's gaze darkens. "Do you really believe that?" "I don't want to." I wipe a tear from my cheek. "But I need to know if it's true. I need to know that after everything I've lost, I haven't lost you too." "Absolutely not. Everything I've ever said to you, how I feel about you, all of it is real." I want so much to believe him, but trusting can be so hard sometimes. Last night, Ruby said, "This is why we're here, Tucker. Why you're here." "I promise that didn't mean whatever you're thinking." He shakes his head. "I know this isn't easy for you, but it isn't easy for me either. For the first time in my life, I finally started imagining spending the rest of my life with someone, of making a family together. And then, overnight, I'm suddenly confronted with the fact that I might lose all of it." "I know. I can't lose you, Riley." "No." I look up at him and feel my heart rate slow back down to normal. "You need to know you never lost me, Tucker." 22. 5 days later. Healing is never an overnight endeavor. It takes time for the soul to deal with the pain and discomfort that comes with the process. It's also never linear. There are ups and downs and a whole lot of what feels like backtracking. It's rarely a straight sprint forward to the finish line. Instead, each step, whether forward or backward, becomes a piece of a journey that, in the end, will strengthen and renew. At least that's what I'm praying for. Today is one of those days where I can't see the end of the process, where no matter how hard I try, I can only say or do the wrong things. Melody is sitting across from me in my living room, sipping on a cup of Earl Grey tea and eating a slice of the orange chocolate cake she brought me. I'm told we're safe now, that I don't have to worry about Morrison or anyone else coming after me. But the doubts and fear of the enemy still lurking in the recesses of my soul have proven to be the hardest to conquer. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Melody asks before taking a bite of her cake. "I came over to cheer you up, but that clearly hasn't worked." I attempt to smile, but it quickly fades. What am I supposed to do to help Oliver and Sadie get through this? I pull my legs up under me, desperate for an answer. I'm struggling with knowing how to help them deal with what's happened. There's not exactly a handbook that covers it. I glance toward the staircase leading upstairs, where the kids are watching a movie, wishing I could shake my restlessness. They've only asked me a few questions, but I think that's because they don't know what to ask, and I don't know what to tell them. "I don't have the answers for you," Melody says, setting her tea down and leaning forward. "I'm not a parent, but even if I was, finding the answers would still be hard." "We're talking about another deep layer of betrayal by their father," I say. After going to see Lucas's body at the morgue and assuring myself that he really is dead, I went to see my psychiatrist. Dr. Gabrielli, in essence, said what I already knew, that healing was going to be hard. Despite what Morrison did, I do believe one thing he said to me. Lucas was playing me the whole time. "I can't believe I listened to him," I say, barely above a whisper. "That I trusted him. He never stopped trying to get his hands on that money." I guess you'll never know exactly what Lucas's motivation was. But we do know that you were in a vulnerable situation, and he took advantage of that, Melody says. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Your reaction was normal. You loved him for so long. And I believed him because I wanted to, I say. I should have known he was lying. Deep down, I think I did. You need to have grace for yourself, she said. I know. I've heard that before. But hearing and doing are never the same. I take a bite of my cake, but barely taste it. If I had come to Tucker at the very beginning, we might be in a different place right now. But on the other hand, knowing Lucas, he still would have figured out a way to manipulate the situation. In the end, I guess I just have to be thankful the kids are safe, that I'm safe. Maybe that's enough for the moment. You're a wonderful mother. Don't ever lose sight of that fact. I look up at her. A wonderful mother wouldn't have let this happen in the first place. I should have been able to protect them. Melody shakes her head. You can't really believe that. You're able to do a lot of things, but not everything is in your control. Lucas made his own choices, and I don't think there's anything you could have done to stop him. Somehow, you're going to have to come to terms with that. I know. I guess there's also the fact that I wasn't enough for Lucas, I admit. That the family we created wasn't enough for him. You being more might never have been enough. Melody leans back in her chair. I wish I could take all this away from you. But don't try to hide and protect your kids from those lessons. Just pray that God will give you the wisdom to say the right words when you need them and to protect their hearts. They need to know their source of strength comes from him, not their circumstances. I take my last bite of cake, push the plate away, and nod. Maybe I don't have to have all the answers. Maybe I don't even have to protect them from everything, because the truth is, I can't. Maybe it comes down to exactly what Melody said. That they know I'll always be truthful to them, so they know they can trust me. And, even more, they can trust their Heavenly Father. There is a glow about you, Melody, I say, ready to shift the conversation away from me. Melody hesitates, but there's a smile on her lips. We got a call last night from the adoption agency. What? I jump up and go sit next to her on the couch, desperately needing some joyful news. I need details. Everything. It's all happening quickly, but we're excited. Melody smiles. She really is glowing. The baby's due next month, and if everything goes according to the plan, we'll bring him home from the hospital. So it's a boy, I squeal, clapping my hands. We want to name him Samuel James, after both our fathers. We're meeting the birth mom tomorrow, and to be honest, I'm somehow ecstatic and terrified at the same time. All perfectly normal. But this is such an answer to prayer. I pull her into a hug. I'm really happy for you, Melody. Thank you. She squeezes my hands. I can't wait. I hold up my hands. You know this baby is going to be completely spoiled. Melody laughs. I wouldn't expect anything less. I glance at the clock on the wall. Tucker's coming over soon. It's the first time we've been able to connect since Lucas was shot. Oh, then I need to scoot. You can stay, I offer. We're just going to hang out here and eat some Chinese takeout. Absolutely not. She pulls me into a hug, then stands up. It's a time for new beginnings for both of us. Time for you to start living again, Riley. 23. 2 months later. Tucker glanced at Riley in the passenger seat and smiled. Somehow he'd gone from certified bachelor and deputy with the U.S. Marshal Service to falling in love and driving a minivan through the Austin suburbs. Yesterday was the last day of school for Sadie and Oliver. Today, he'd taken the day off to take them to a surprise Riley had planned for them. So much had changed in the past few weeks. Work-wise, the 3 undercover agents who were working in Kruger's crime organization had been pulled out safely. 15 more kids were found in Houston in connection with Operation Retrieval, and another 5 in Dallas, but there had been no sign of Kruger. Which meant that not only did they not know where he was, they had lost any chance of stopping him. But at least Riley and the kids were safe. And there was other good news. Morrison was behind bars and would be facing a judge soon. They'd spent weeks meticulously going through all the documents Lucas had collected, presumably when he started to suspect both that Morrison might be guilty and Owen Pollard had stolen the embezzled money. While they still didn't have all the answers, he had given them enough to make several arrests. Joey Atkins had been found and was facing jail time for his role in the fiasco. He'd also told law enforcement where he hid Kai's body. What an evil, tangled mess. But there was a silver lining. What had changed the most over the last few weeks was his relationship with Riley. They'd slowly found a way to fall into a familiar routine. When he was in town, he spent his free time with them. Date nights with Riley and activities in the city with the kids. It sometimes felt like a balancing act he wasn't sure he could manage, but it was always worth it. Oliver had bounced back from the news about his father and seemed to be handling things well. It had been news Riley hadn't wanted them to ever know, but with the risk of them finding it out from someone else, telling them herself seemed to be the wisest move. Sadie was the one who was struggling the most. "How long till we get there?" Oliver's voice sounded from the back seat. "I don't know why you're so excited," Sadie said. It's just a dumb surprise. Sadie, Riley said. Sadie shrugged. Sorry. Tucker glanced in the rearview mirror at the teen. The past few weeks had been hard on her, which in turn had been hard on Riley. After so much progress, the death of her father had managed to spiral her emotions in the wrong direction. He hoped today would be a shift in the right one. We're actually almost there, he said, slowing down in front of the lake house outside the city and then pulling into the driveway. Everyone out. There's someone here waiting to meet you. Who? Oliver asked, jumping out of the car. You're about to find out, Riley said. Follow us. The dog had been Riley's idea, but only because the kids had begged for one for weeks. Tucker had a friend whose golden retriever had puppies, and he'd claimed the last one for the kids, arranging to pick it up today. Tucker glanced at his phone. I just got a message that we should go to the side yard. My friend is on his way here, but is running late. That's fine, Riley said, catching up to him. Are you sure this is a good idea? Tucker whispered as they walked together toward the fenced side of the property. Puppies are a lot of work. Don't worry. Riley smiled up at him. You'll have all summer to train him. Potty training, leash walking, socialization. As you said, this will be a great bonding time for all of us. Wait a minute, Tucker said, hesitating on the gravel drive and making sure the kids were still out of earshot. I have all summer to train him? You were the one who convinced me this was a good thing to do. But it was your idea, he said. Besides, I'm going to be busy chasing down bad guys and stuff. Riley flashed him a smile, then stopped at a gate and turned around to face the kids. The two of you have been on a mission for months, trying to convince me that we need— Wait! Oliver shouted. This is about a puppy? If it is, what would you think? Riley asked. There he is, Oliver said, storming through the gate. We get to keep him? I started thinking the two of you were right, and maybe it was time we got a new addition to our family. You'll need to pick out a name, Tucker said. Mr. Happy, Oliver said immediately, plopping down on the ground next to the puppy and letting it lick his face. It's a perfect name. Mr. Happy? Sadie rolled her eyes. That's a dumb name. No, it's not, Oliver said, defending his choice. We can call him Haps for short, because this is the happiest day of my life. You like that name, don't you, Haps? He really is adorable, Riley said, leaning on Tucker's arm. The puppy ran over to where Sadie stood and started tugging at her pants, almost knocking her over. Sadie just stood there, determined not to be won over, then headed down to the short dock on the water. I don't know how to get through to her, Riley said, as Haps ran back to Oliver. I thought a puppy would help her feel better, and now she seems even more angry. Let me go talk with her, Tucker said, squeezing Riley's hand. Riley frowned. Are you sure? Yeah. Tucker headed down the wooden dock where Sadie was sitting, then took a seat next to her. The view of the lake was stunning, but he was pretty sure she wasn't really seeing any of it. How can Oliver be so happy all the time? She finally said. I can't be happy. It makes me— She looked away from him, apparently realizing she'd started to open up to him. Makes you what? Tucker asked. It makes me feel guilty. Tucker let a few moments of silence hover between them. I'm really sorry you've had to go through all of this. It's so hard when you lose someone you love. And the guilt. I get that as well. I hate it. I lost someone I loved. She looked up at him. Who? My brother. It wasn't my fault, but I felt guilty about it for so long. And now? Do you feel any better? There will always be times I'll be sad. I just don't understand how Oliver can be so happy. And then he wants to name the dog Mr. Happy? Really? It's like he's forgotten our dad. Because no matter what your dad did or didn't do, you still love him, Tucker said. She turned to look at him. I'm sorry about your brother, but I'm angry. If my dad hadn't made those choices, we'd still be a family. I think I'd be angry too. My mom keeps telling us that we need to be honest with each other about how we feel. So She looked up at Tucker. Maybe I should be honest with you. Tucker nodded. Okay, you can tell me anything. You were the one who saved my life after I was kidnapped. I would have drowned if you hadn't pulled me out of the lake. And then, when I was scared, you stayed with me. I told my mom you were my superhero. Tucker smiled at the name, but didn't respond, giving her the time and space to say what she needed to say. But even after all you've done for my mom and my brother and me, I didn't want to like you. Not that way. Not as a dad. Compared to you, you make my dad look like a villain. And I don't want to remember him that way. I would never want you to remember him that way. Sadie tugged on her necklace. You said something to me, though, that I haven't been able to forget. What was that? That it's okay to grieve before you move on. She gave him a weak smile. Even when you're only 13. It's true. I don't know. She stared out across the water. I suppose that even though things might not have turned out the way I wanted them to, not having my dad in my life anymore, at some point, I think I'm going to be ready to move on with a new dad. You can take all the time you need. I mean that. I know you do. Growing up can be hard, but you're an amazing young woman. And as hard as it is, often it's those same hard things in life that make us stronger. I wish it didn't have to be this way. I wish people always made good choices, and when they didn't, that it didn't affect other people. I wish my father had made good choices. I wish he hadn't left us. But I know I can't change that either. This is a hard road. There's gonna be a lot of bumps. Sometimes people hurt each other. But you're going to be okay. I have no doubt of that. I hope so. She frowned. And if I'm really honest, I am excited about the dog. It was your mother's idea. But you helped make it happen. I did push the idea a bit. You'll have to get the right ring, you know, she said, looking up at him. The right ring? When you propose? Are you giving me permission to propose? It might not be a bad idea. I really do want my mom to be happy. Tucker reached into his pocket, pulled out a small box, and handed it to Sadie. I've been carrying this around. I don't know. Just in case the timing ever seemed right. Sadie opened the box, then let out a soft gasp. This is beautiful. Diamond? Sapphires? A bit antique-looking? She glanced up at him. You really were listening to me. I promise to always listen. Do you really think your mom will like it? I think it's perfect. Sadie shook her head. But why haven't you given it to her? I don't want to rush things. Mainly, I wanted to wait until you were ready. Sadie stared out across the water that was rippling in the afternoon breeze. It still might be a while before I'm not sad anymore, but you make my mom happy, and that makes me happy. So you mean... Yeah. Sadie nudged him with her shoulder, and he caught the hint of a smile when she handed him back the ring. I think you should go ask her right now. Epilogue. I'm sitting on the living room couch next to Tucker, while the kids are happily passed out on the floor next to Mr. Happy, aka Haps. Today was one of those days I never could have seen coming just a few weeks ago. For a while, I thought I'd lost him. I glance at the ring on my finger and smile at the thought of Tucker back in our lives permanently. I lean into his shoulder while the credits of the movie we were watching with the kids start to scroll. I fell asleep at least once halfway through the movie, content to simply be here with my 3 favorite people, plus now our fur baby. Our relationship might never be wrapped up in a neat bow. I know it's going to be hard and messy, and yet at the same time beautiful. I'm learning that there can be happiness even in the middle of sadness and betrayal, hope in the middle of heartbreak and loss. I've also learned that it's in the valleys where you grow the most. Times when you feel broken, but then watch as God redeems situations that seem impossible. I lost Lucas twice, and while a part of me still mourns, I know I'm stronger for what I've gone through. The last year has left both physical and emotional scars on me that will never completely fade. But in the end, what really matters is the people we love, our faith, and the resilient joy that can come out of our trials. An undefeatable joy that isn't based on circumstances. This time, I'm not second-guessing myself. The guilt I've carried around for so long is fading, and what's left behind is a bittersweet memory of the season in my life I'll never get back. But that season brought me Sadie and Oliver. It brought me a deeper understanding of myself, a deeper faith in a God who never walked away, no matter how dark my world became. Are you still awake? Tucker reaches up and brushes a piece of hair out of my eyes. I need to go. I know. I'm still soaking in today, I say, looking at my ring. My engagement ring. His proposal. Me too. He leans over and kisses me on the lips, long and slow. I'm learning to embrace the unexpected and to trust for wisdom as we move forward, knowing that things will never be perfect, but they will be good. That there is good in the middle of a mess, hope in the darkness, light when you're surrounded by people who only want the best for you. What do you want to do with the kids? He asks. There's no school tomorrow, so I think I'll just leave them where they are. It was a good day. The best. He gets up from the couch, then pulls me against him again. I wish I didn't have to leave. Soon you won't, I whisper back at him as I walk him to the door. He reaches for the handle, then stops. I almost forgot to ask you something. You already asked me to marry you. Funny. He kisses me on the forehead. I hate to bring this up, but Ruby sent me a photo from Lucas's flash drive. We don't know who he is. She wanted to know if you recognize the man. He pulls out his phone and quickly clicks open a photo for me to look at. A memory surfaces. I've met him. Who is he? Christopher Wolfe. He was an associate of Lucas's. It's probably been 2, maybe 3 years ago. We were invited to have dinner with them. He and Lucas had some business dealings. I spent most of the evening with his wife. Christopher Wolfe. Are you sure? Definitely, I say, handing him back the phone. I hit it off with his wife. I remember they have a boat in Greece and spent a lot of time there. Why? You look surprised. I am.